Everyone. Oh, it's been a crazy day. I'm running mad late. I apologize for that. I really wanted to start this earlier, but things happen in life, you know. So yeah, so I'm not almost home for a second. So I'm almost back. I figured rather than put it off again, might as well just go ahead and start it. Someone in the chat tell me if you can hear me. I know that StreamYard doesn't like my headphones, so I am not sure the sound is coming through. So yeah, I know it's loud. I'm outside. I'm sorry for that. I'm almost home. Be there in a minute. But yeah, if somebody could say if y'all could hear me, that would be great. Hey, can you hear me, Iduki? Good, good, good. Revolutionary monk in Buddhism who has passed away at the age of 95. Sorry. So yeah, passed away at the age of 95. He was revolutionary in so many different ways as far as bringing Buddhism to the West. I'd say he probably is almost as, I would say, secondary or just as famous and accomplished as the Dalai Lama. This is a Zen monk. His name is Thich Nhat Hanh. He is very, very famous across the world in Buddhism. He's written over 100 books. He has a global Sangha chain of monasteries with the main one being in France called Plum Village. He's got hundreds of monks ordained there under his guidance, and he is just such a great teacher, and it's such a uneventful, auspicious time of his passing and his journey. So yeah, so when I get back to the house, a couple minutes, like probably 2 minutes, 3 minutes, I'm gonna play some videos and just to show a little bit about his life and who he was. So it's very important to a lot of people in introducing them to the Dhamma. Like I said, I think he's written over 100 books, very influential in the development of Western Buddhism. He was also very vocal in the Vietnam War. So he's a Vietnamese monk. He, I think, ordained when he was 16 or a very young age. He said he knew he always wanted to be a monk when he was about maybe 5 or 6 years old. He knew and he had feelings that he wanted to be a monk. Which in my opinion would mean that his previous, he had probably been a monk for multiple lifetimes to be able to be reincarnated and have such a drive. Sorry, geez, that car has no muffler. And have such a drive to be a monastic at such a young age is just, it's very inspirational. And so yeah, I'm almost there, guys. Western Buddhism is soulless. It may be different than Eastern Buddhism, but I feel very lucky that it has spread to the West, and I feel that, it is a global message. It is not a selective message. It is a message for all of humanity. And it doesn't leave anyone out or seclude anyone, or it's truly a message for the globe on how to live a peaceful life and how to live happy in this life. So whether you think it's soulless or whatever, I mean, Buddhism in itself is soulless, because the Buddha did not believe in a soul that transmigrated from body to body. He did not believe in a permanent existing soul. Um, and the concept is called anatta. So you can look that up. But yeah, in a way, you're correct. It is soulless, because there's no concept of a permanent soul that exists. We are consciousness and awareness and energy, and according to many laws of physics or thermodynamics, whatever, energy cannot be destroyed. You can just make something stop existing. It doesn't. You can transform its energy or change it, but you can't just snuff something out of existence or pop something into existence. Buddha didn't say he didn't believe in a soul. Jat's Blaze, I think you should look up some of the core principles of Buddhism. One of them is called anatta, Anatta. It's how he differed from the Sanatan path. It was one of the objections that he had with the Vedic tradition. So yeah, it was exactly, which is why he didn't believe in a soul. So yeah, look it up, but it's definitely a huge tenet. It contradicts Atman, Anatta. So it's Anatman, Anatta. All right, I'm almost back, you guys. Sorry. So yeah, just a little bit about his life. He was, like I said, he was a Vietnamese monk. When the Vietnam War started, he was very vocal in protest about the war, especially since the monks were, there's that famous picture of the monk lighting himself on fire and just sitting there peacefully in protest. And he said that did something to him, and he knew that he had to try to do whatever he could to stop this war from happening and stop the suffering of his people in Vietnam. And he wrote letters, I think, and then he came to the United States, and or was it the Geneva Convention? He was there with he was at Geneva with Dr. Martin Luther King. He was great friends with Dr. Martin Luther King, so I have a little video about that. And he supported him in his civil rights movement, and he was monumental he was very influential on Dr. King's vocalism protest about the Vietnam War. So Dr. King made a lot of speeches, and he was very vocal in protest, just because the war was so senseless and so many people were dying, and it was a losing battle. And there was a lot of people just being sent to go over there and die. So he met this monk, and from then, and then he was assassinated shortly after he started protesting the Vietnam War. They tried to say like they were traitors or he was supporting communism, and it was just crazy. Like, he was speaking out again. Dr. Martin Luther King, he had a message of peace as well. Like, his message was brotherhood and oneness and peace, and it resided with Thich Nhat Hanh, and he wrote letters to him to see if he can meet him and try to gain some, try to have the Vietnamese people their voices heard, right? So yeah, they tried to say, people implied that they were traitors to America because they were protesting the war. They weren't in support of our soldiers, but the soldiers themselves were not in support of the war. It was a civil war going on in Vietnam that we really didn't have um, any business really getting involved with, and at such a huge cost to American life and American finances at such a crazy time of civil unrest and like dynamic change going on American ground. Then we enter a war, an international like occupation of war. And then see, I wish I knew more about the war in Vietnam. Over there they call it the American War. It's kind of funny, but my tires. No, I'm walking. I'm almost back. It's probably the traffic in the background, unless it's my mic. I don't know. It could be. But yeah, he nominated him for a peace prize, which he received. He was very interactive with the religious community. Like he did a lot of interfaith dialogue with Christians, with Christian monastics and Catholic monastics. And it's this monk had a love for, like, he loved Jesus. Like he loved Jesus and the idea of Jesus and who he was and his message. And he even wrote a book. It's called Living Buddha, Living Christ. And it's a comparative, on the similarities, and he did a lot like His Holiness the Dalai Lama to kind of bridge the gap in interfaith dialogue and stand in solidarity, with the faith community. So this guy was a pretty amazing man. Ton of accomplishments, ton of them. All right, guys, let's gotta get in here and get my laptop on. I'll be able to play the first video that I want to play. So I want to play a clip of talking to Oprah Winfrey in the interview that she did with her. And she was also a huge fan of his, huge supporter of his. Just want to check. Oh, all right, 1 second. All right, sorry about that. All right, let's get my laptop on, guys. Sorry about the wait. So I was like, should I postpone it for a little while or should I just start it? Like, whatever, I'll just start it. Early Buddhism is full of spirits, gods, and demons. Correct. Yeah. Buddha did acknowledge spirits, devas, asuras, otherworldly beings, ones that weren't describable, nagas, brahmas. Yeah, so yes, But he also did acknowledge that none of these creatures or gods were the ultimate source of creation. So yeah, he acknowledged gods, but they weren't like gods as you think of God, like how you're thinking of God. Oh, it's so cold out. It's like so freezing here. All right, let me get in the StreamYard. There's actually proof that the Buddha existed, like empirical proof, dating back to like the time of Ashoka. So I think the edicts of Ashoka are one of the earliest outside evidences that there are. You probably want to look into that. And also, whether he existed, it doesn't like been like discussions on that, right? And I guess the conclusion is it doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter whether he existed or not. Like you can question any major like religious figure's existence and it would all pretty much like you get the same conclusion. Like pretty much none of them can be confirmed, none of them can be, oh come on. Yeah, so yeah, the evidence is just as good for his existence as was any other major religious figure. Sorry, one second, I'll take care of the echo. Wow, my computer is running really bad. How's this sound? Can you guys hear me all right? I might have to restart my computer. It's like lagging so bad. God damn it. Hold on. Wow, that was really bad. My computer is running like a dinosaur right now. What do I think about the Dalai Lama? Is he a Mason? I don't know, dude. Is he CIA? Who knows? Like, is he a government operative? Is he some kind of Chinese plant? Like, who knows, dude? Like, he could be, but it doesn't seem to match up with reality. I mean, does he have government influence and connections? Yes. Like, so I don't know. Like, what are we really? What are we questioning his sincerity on his word that he brings, or like what's the real question? Like, is he? I don't know. I think he's sincere. Like, I think he's blessed. I think he's got a beautiful message, and I think he embodies it well. Um, were there trouble with Tibet? Yes, 100%. There was trouble in its governments. They had allowed the government to. Okay, the situation with Tibet, right? Like, I'm not real. I know a little bit, or I don't, but there's two sides to the story, right? So, in Tibet, and the last maybe, I don't know, 100 years or so, under the theocratic rule of the Dalai Lama, right? There were issues in the government. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't a beautiful, like, um, it, so that's like why China wanted to get in there. They wanted to modernize. They wanted to kind of, bring them up to speed because they weren't, high in GDP, or they weren't, like being, I guess, influenced by capitalism. They didn't want to be under communist rule. So with him fleeing and running the thing in exile, I think saved Tibet and Buddhism, because the way that it's going now, it doesn't seem like they're gonna allow it to last for too much longer. And my God, my neighbors are like screaming at each other. So no, it wasn't perfect. There were issues with it, and I think he was really trying to fix it, because I do get a genuine like sense of love for the land, right, and what the land means, for as far as Buddhism, because Buddhism is, tightly knitted into the Tibetan kind of fabric, coming out of the Bon tradition and incorporating a lot of the Bon tradition. But no, it wasn't perfect. Do I think he's a perfect guy? Probably not. But I think trying to rule a place like that, and the situation that you're in, with China literally, starting wars on your land and stuff, they're in a tough position. So I'm not sure that anyone could really do a better job than he did. I mean, look what China did. They kidnapped the pension lama. They tried to instate they're trying to instate their version of the pension lama. So they basically, he's like, oh, I'm going to, have Tibet um love the Chinese rule or something like that. He's just a government plant that they're gonna try to put in the seat. But it's there's another one, the Karmapa Lama. If he might get if the succession goes to him, then they'll keep the baton going. But if the succession doesn't, if Chinese get into it, then it'll probably be he's probably going to be the last Dalai Lama. Unfortunately, yeah. And the way China's going is not in the Tibetan favor whatsoever. I wonder what is going on with my laptop. Why is it running like this? It just stinks because I can't share the screen. Big up Mr. Palo in the chat. Term Buddhism only arose in the 1600s. That'll be interesting to look into. I think it's probably known as Buddha Dharma. Yeah. I haven't heard Brahmayana. I'm not talking about all the people living in India. I never saw that film. I heard it was good, but I don't know. I'll have to check it out sometime. All right, let me see if my freaking laptop is running better now. Hello, Skyworks. Here we go. All right, I think we're back in business now. I think everything was trying to line up at once, but yeah, I'm gonna put that one about the Indian. Oh, jeez, this guy. Are you dot guy? Like, cause you be saying some weird shit. All right, hold on. I'm gonna try to switch accounts now. All right. Can you guys hear me okay? Can you press 1 if the sound sounds shitty? Because I'm just like on speaker. I'm not on my headphones. Just let me know if it sounds good or bad. Or better or worse than it just was. I'm going to reel up this video and let that play for a minute. So this has made world news, by the way. A lot of news networks, including Al Jazeera, did they covered it, which I thought was nice, like a 2-minute thing. Okay, Oprah.
No, and shortly after that,
50. Goddamn commercials. All right. Share screen, big up purple. System audio. Okay, I'm going to mute up and let this play for a minute.
Be taken out of the beehive.
Mhm.
And if I don't practice, and then I will dry up.
Did you feel sadness?
Yes.
Did you allow yourself to feel the sadness?
In the first year of my being exiled, I dreamt almost every night of going home.
Can you explain to us for people who don't understand, you were not allowed back in the country because you were, in essence, a peaceful warrior. You were practicing peace. They didn't appreciate your Buddhism. What was the reason you weren't allowed back in the country?
During the war, well, the warring parties all declared that they wanted to fight until the end. And those of us who tried to speak out against the war, to speak about reconciliation between brothers and brothers, they did not want us to raise our voice.
So when you were a man without a country, you made another country, made a home in other countries. And the United States was one of them.
Yes.
How did you meet Martin Luther King?
In June the 1st, 65, I wrote him a letter explaining to him why the monks in Vietnam immolated themselves by fire. I said that this is not a suicide, because in a difficult situation like Vietnam, to make your voice heard is difficult. So sometimes we have to burn ourselves alive in order for our voice to be heard around. So that is out of compassion that you do that. That's the act of love and not of despair. And Jesus Christ died in the same spirit, out of love.
Being hung on the cross.
And exactly 1 year after, June the 1st, 66, I met him in Chicago. And we had that discussion about peace, freedom, and community. And we agreed that without a community, we cannot go very far.
How long was the discussion with him?
45 minutes or so. And after that, there was a press conference, and he came out very strongly against the war in Vietnam.
Do you think that that was a result of your conversation with him?
I believe so. And after that, we continue our work. And the last time I met him was in Geneva during a peace conference called Passem Interis.
There's an interesting story from that, I heard, that you were running late. Can you tell me that story?
Martin Luther King invited me up for breakfast to talk over these issues again. And I was caught in a press conference downstairs. I came late. He kept the breakfast warm for me. And during the conversation, I was able to tell him that the people in Vietnam call him a bodhisattva, enlightened being, because of what he was doing for his people, his country, for the world.
And the fact that he was doing it non-violently.
Yes, that is the work of a bodhisattva, of a Buddha, of an enlightened person, always with compassion and non-violence. And when I heard of his assassination, I could not believe it. I thought that the American people have produced king, but are not capable of preserving him. I was a little bit angry at that time. I did not eat, I did not sleep. But my determination to continue the work, building the beloved community continues always.
Always.
Yes.
Coming up.
So that just like, I don't know, that part is so beautiful. Like, he didn't eat and he didn't sleep in protest for Dr. King's assassination. And just having the pleasure, and look at how highly he holds him, you know, and even to continue on, you know, carrying his message and carrying his work on, has united people, you know, until this day. So I think it's very inspirational. This guy was such an amazing guy. And yeah, Bodhisattva one who is on the path and who dedicates their life to peace and helping others, to helping all beings. Yeah, he was a Zen master. Are you talking? Oh, never mind. I thought you were talking about this guy. All right, so that was one. Let me get the other one I wanted to show. Um, so there's these Christian monks that they wrote a book, and it was called Brothers in the Beloved Community. The friendship. Here, I'm gonna look it up 1 second. Okay. By Mark Andrus, and I think he is a. Let me share the screen 1 second. I think he's a priest or a monk or a Christian. It's a Christian guy, I think. So they actually wrote a whole book about these guys, and Thich Nhat Hanh and Dr. Martin Luther King's friendship. Okay, my computer's not gonna work for that. I just want to find out a little bit about the book real quick. You could get it on Amazon. Okay, so there it is. So the picture's from, it's actually the same day as the picture and my thumbnail is from. So, all right. So it says the day after Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated in 1968, Thich Nhat Hanh wrote a heartbroken letter to their mutual friend, Raphael Gould. He said, "I did not sleep last night. They killed Martin Luther King. They killed us. I'm afraid the root of violence is so deep in the heart and mind and manner of the society. They killed him. They killed my hope. I do not know what to say. He made so great an impression on me. This morning I have the impression that I cannot bear the loss." That's only a few years earlier. Thich Nhat Hanh wrote an open letter to Martin Luther King Jr. as part of his effort to raise awareness and bring peace in Vietnam. And there was an unexpected outcome of his letters to Dr. King. The two men met in 1966 and 1967 and became not only allies in the peace movement, but also friends. The friendship between two prophetic figures from different religions and cultures, from countries at war with one another, reached a great depth in a short period of time. Dr. King nominated Thich Nhat Hanh for the Nobel Peace Prize in 1967. He wrote, "Thich Nhat Hanh is a holy man, for he is humble and devout. He's a scholar of immense intellectual capacity. His ideas for peace, if applied, would build a monument to ecumenism, to world brotherhood, and to humanity." Wow, that's amazing. The two men bonded over a vision of a beloved community, a vision described recently by Congressman John Lewis as a nation, a world society at peace with itself. It was a concept each knew of because of their membership. within the Fellowship of Reconciliation, an international peace organization, and that Martin Luther King had been popularizing through his work for some time. Thich Nhat Andrew shows took the lineage of the beloved community from King and carried it on after his death. Yeah, so I mean, these guys, monumental figures here. And we just had Martin Luther King Day on was it the 18th or 19th? And that's crazy. He passed away a couple of days later on the 22nd. So they said at midnight on the 22nd, he passed away. And he passed away in Vietnam. He was able to go back because, like I said, he was exiled for a while. He was exiled. And he was able to go back. They let him go back because, like, he was old and he had had a stroke, and he had basically wasn't a threat anymore. Yeah, so it's kind of messed up, but he wasn't able to go back for a while. I don't know. Hold on. Yeah, so all right, mute, default. What's my battery at? Okay, plugged in. All right. So let me get this next video. It's just a little bit of oh shit, I gotta take this thing out the oven. 1 second. Shoot. I'm in the kitchen, so we're gonna be, if you guys could hear me okay, I'm gonna be cooking while I'm on the stream. That looks nice. I made apple crisp. Well, it's like apple oatmeal crisp, like baked oat. I don't know. Some people call it baked oatmeal, but it's like apple crisp. More like apple crisp. All right. Let me get this next video. This was. Apple oats, yeah, it is. It looks like it came out banging too. It should be pretty good. And oh, Dot Guy, what are you saying? Modern so-called Hindus are the idol-worshipping Yahudis. The idol-worshipping, oh, dude. What are you saying, dude? What are you saying, man? What do you mean, bro? So the way that they do the funeral in Vietnam is pretty interesting. He was laid out for 24 hours or more. And so, like, there was all these people coming to see him. And then on the second day, there's like, I don't know how many days of services. I think tomorrow's day 3. Today was day 2, where we'll watch it. Hold on. He is saying Abrahamic religion copied the Hindus. I actually kind of concur with that in some aspects, but some aspects, nah. So he had a stroke in 2014. He was 95 years old. So he was very old and he was hanging on.
he couldn't really talk good anymore. You know, but he wanted to die at his home monastery, which I thought was beautiful. So he was able to accomplish that and die at the monastery that I think he was first at. So I'll put this on.
So many of the brothers holding Thai here have been his attendants over the last years, caring for Thai day and night. Thai Phap Tan, another Plum Village monastic there. And in the Buddhist tradition, we hold the body high out of respect. The head is always the most sacred part of our body. The chant of compassion rising up from the nuns community gathered outside the hall. Many hundreds of monastics. And again, the Plum Village tradition we can see in brown on the left, many of our sisters who have trained in our monasteries around the world. Thai Phap Ung at the front here, and Thai Phap Lam on the right. Thai Phap Hung also on the left, many of our beloved brothers. Thai Chung Hai also at the front here. And we can see many visiting nuns in gray. We are very grateful that despite all the COVID restrictions, the government is allowing our community to gather to pay our respects to our teacher in such an intimate way. And we know many of us wish we can be there And what an honor for those members of our community who can be present in this moment to witness our beloved teacher on his journey. And here we come, entering the full moon meditation hall, where he will lie in wake. Suko Changkong is being held by two sisters. We can see her just behind Tai here, our beloved elder sister, Nitrung, the eldest sister in our community who has supported our beloved teacher for so many decades. So wonderful that she can be here to accompany Tai, having been his greatest support for so long. And what an honor that she can be here until Tai took his last breath. We can see Thai's calligraphy on the wall. That calligraphy read, "Strolling in the ultimate." A beautiful phrase, poetic phrase, enjoying space outside of space, time outside of time. And they have selected it to be one of the calligraphies for this ceremony. Here we can see Sister Changkong to the left of the screen, and the Plum Village monastics gathering close to our teacher. So we can see the brown of Thai's, our community, Thai students, all in the middle here. And Thai's attendants laying Thai to rest. So as a sign of respect, the community is kneeling up.
There's hundreds of monks that come to see this guy and send him off. Just so highly
On the left of the screen here, this is Thai's spiritual cousin teacher from the same generation, guiding the movement. Thai's body lifted 3 times as a kind of prostration, and now moving over to be placed in the coffin. We invoke your name, Avalokiteshvara, the Bodhisattva of great compassion. These are visiting monastics from other traditions that have come to pay their respects. The time after the passing of a great teacher is considered a very sacred and holy time, a very special moment. So Thai's body has now been placed in the coffin, in the casket. To formally lie in wake for the coming days so that people from around Vietnam will also have an opportunity to come and pay their respects.
It's crazy. This part I thought was so interesting because it's how they dress the body for cremation. So this I don't know. This was just interesting. They wrap him a certain way. I think with 3 robes. I think you're supposed to get 3 robes, and then they prepare it, and he'll be waked. I'm not sure. I think it's got to be closed. So they'll close the coffin and keep it there, and then people can come to the coffin, I guess, and see and pay their respects. Yeah, this part is pretty interesting to me, in my opinion.
So Thai's own monastic disciples now touching the earth. Many of Thai's lay disciples from provinces all over Vietnam have been traveling through the night to be able to arrive in time to witness the ceremony, to pay their respects. So the coffin is filled with fragrant sandalwood earth. How wonderful that so many can gather. This is a real blessing for all of us and for Thai. And as Thai said, when he first returned to Vietnam in 2005, nothing is more important than brotherhood and sisterhood. And so for the Buddhist community to be able to gather and come together, for Thai's own disciples to gather and come together, even in the pandemic, what a blessing for us all. We're seeing now some visiting venerables from different traditions. This is sandalwood being placed on top of the body. Sandalwood, always the most sacred fragrance and the symbol of incense in Buddhist monasteries.
Yeah, so it's been like 3 days of services, just absolutely amazing. The culture, the the way that, like I said, the care that they wrap, the body and prepare it for cremation is just amazing. So yeah, it's sandalwood. So they put sandalwood in the casket. They wrap it and then pack the casket like with sandalwood. And now I wonder, I don't think they embalm. So that I don't know why I was thinking like these weird like death kind of thoughts. Not death, but like, so if he's not embalmed, and he's been, well, his body was just put away, but he's going to be waked for, I don't know how long it's going to be sitting there for. I don't know how long like decomposition takes to get in or set in or something. Let me put the link in the chat. I forgot to do that. Copy. See if anyone wants to jump on. Oh, Dot Guy, what are you talking about now? You're always saying some craziness. Some of the stuff you say, like, I could kind of get with, but some of the stuff you say just be lies, like, just not even true, like some conspiracy theory shit. Let's see what. Play this short video, sure. Gotcha. No problem. Let's play this video.
The sacred texts say that after 40 days, the truth came to Siddhartha in stages. During the first night watch, he achieved insight into all his past lives. During the second night watch, he discovered the coherence of cyclical existences, the law of cause and effect, the movement of karma. During the third and last night watch, he conquered the 4 mental poisons: sensual desire, attachment, wrong views, and ignorance. That evening, under a full moon of the month of May, at the age of 35, he attained enlightenment, awakening, supreme knowledge, nirvana.
In Buddhism, we speak of nirvana, which is the cessation of all suffering. Nirvana means the cessation, the extinction of all suffering. But our suffering come from our wrong perceptions, avidya, misunderstanding. And that is why the practice of meditation, the practice of looking deeply, has the purpose of removing wrong perceptions from us. If we are able to remove our wrong perceptions, we will be able to be free from the afflictions and the sufferings that always arise from wrong perceptions. You have wrong perception on yourself and on the other, and the other has wrong perception on themselves and on you, and that is the cause of fear, of violence, of hatred. That is why trying to remove wrong perceptions is the only way to peace, and that is why nirvana is first of all the removal of wrong perceptions. And when you remove wrong perceptions, you remove the suffering. And to meditate deeply, you find out that even ideas like being and non-being, birth and death, coming and going, are wrong ideas. If you can touch reality in depth, you realize that suchness means the ultimate reality is free from birth, from dying, from coming, from going, from being, from non-being. That is why nirvana is, first of all, the removal of notions, of ideas that serve the base of misunderstanding and suffering. If you are afraid of death, of nothingness, of non-being, because you have wrong perceptions on death and on non-being. The French scientist Lavoisier said, there is no birth, there is no death. He just observed reality around him and come to the conclusion that rien ne se crée, rien ne se perd. When you look at a cloud, you think that the cloud as a being. And later on, when the cloud becomes the rain, you don't see the cloud anymore, and you say the cloud is not there. And you describe the cloud as non-being. But if you look deeply, you can see the cloud in the rain. And that is why it's impossible for a cloud to die. A cloud can become rain, snow, or ice, but a cloud cannot become nothing. And that is why the notion of death cannot be applied to reality. There is a transformation. There is a continuation. But you cannot say that there is death, because in your mind, to die means from something, you suddenly become nothing. From someone, you suddenly become no one. And so the notion of death cannot apply to reality, whether to a cloud or to a human being. The Buddha did not die. The Buddha only continued by his Sangha, by his Dharma, and you can touch the Buddha in the here and the now. And that is why ideas like being born, dying, coming and going, being and non-being should be removed by the practice of looking deeply. And when you can remove these notions, you are free and you have non-fear. And non-fear is the true foundation of great happiness. As far as fear is there in your heart, happiness cannot be perfect. And that is why nirvana is not something that you get in the future. Nirvana is the capacity of removing wrong notions, wrong perceptions, which is the practice of freedom. Nirvana can be translated as freedom, freedom from views. And in Buddhism, all views are wrong views. When you get in touch with reality, you no longer have views. You have wisdom. You have a direct encounter with reality, and that is no longer called views.
Great video. Thank you. That was great, Johnny. Big up for that. Yeah. And then it's gonna jump on. Oh, big up, man. Big up, and then yeah, anybody's welcome to jump on if you want. Just kind of going over a couple of things. So let's see. Where are we at in the chat? What are you guys talking about? Some wild shit. Big up to all my Zoroastrian dons. Yeah, man. Big up the Zoroastrians. According to the so-called modern historian, the fake historian. Oh, I don't know what this cat's talking about. Let me. How do we practice it? Practice what? Cat, don't walk on the keyboard. The whole thing is a fake. The history of India. Oh, dude, no, they're not. How could you deny the existence of America? Used to be ruled by the Tartarians. They were real. Are they like the Targaryen's cousin? Is that like Daenerys and her dragons? Yeah, that was a good Dhamma talk, man. That was a great Dhamma talk. How do we practice what? Nirvana? You can practice Nirvana is you have to practice right view. You have to practice seeing things in the right way, viewing things in the right way. So he didn't explain how to meditate. Oh, geez, dude. Let me find a video for you. How to meditate. I would highly suggest reading a booklet on written by a Theravadan monk called Yuttadhammo Bhikkhu. I'm going to give you the website where you can download the booklet for free. Come on. Why can the website not be reached? Okay. Because I was spelling it wrong. There we go. That's how. All right. So if you go to this website, in there, let me see. In their teachings tab, under the teachings tab, the second one down says how to meditate. So there, he wrote these things. There's chapter 1 through 7, and you could download the PDF. Let me see if I could get to that website. And I think that's probably the best. Here, see if this works. I think that's the best way, or the best description that we really have so far. It's pretty comprehensive, and it's very like clear cut, and easy to follow with like reasons and descriptions and stuff. So yeah, there's different techniques, of course, but as a beginner, I think that this is probably one of the best ones. This whole website is a great resource, to be honest, and like really the guy who made it, his name is Yuttadhammo, and he was pretty instrumental in my beginning. Him and Thich Nhat actually are very instrumental in my information when I was gathering information on, Buddhism. And between those two, like, it was really enough to make me, to convince me, first of all, that it was true, and also gave me the steps to practice myself to find truth in it in my own practice. So both of them a pretty big part in my introduction to Buddhism, and the information that got me to follow the path. Secularized, I mean, I would think that from the time where somebody put a label on it, like this is Buddhism now, I think that's probably all forms were secularized. I mean, there's still, I think the Theravadins kind of have it the closest to the old, because they're like the old vehicle. And I think them and like the Thai forest tradition, they probably have it closest to what it's supposed to be. I think when you get into like these, Burmese monks and these monks in these huge, like glorious monasteries out in Thailand, and they're like living fat off of donations and having political influence and stuff like that. I think they've strayed pretty far from the Buddha's path, although it is like a huge like cultural influence, so. And a lot of the countries, Buddhism was there at the inception and helped make these countries and base it, make them what they are today, like Thailand and, the last, couple Buddhist countries that we have left, Sri Lanka and whatnot. Well, yeah, there is definitely there's actually a whole sect, or you could say offshoot, called secular Buddhism. And there's actually, I think, the Secular Buddhist Society or something. And there's a guy on YouTube. I think it's Doug's Dharma or something. And he's got some really good videos as well. And from kind of a non-denominational, more skeptic, I guess you could say, westernized kind of view, his stuff is pretty good because, it's kind of non-biased by sectarian like differences or whatever, not really influenced by differences in sectarian. The West relates to Sanatana Dharma. Yeah. I wish it would relate a little more, to be honest. It's all deception. It's the same religion. It's all the religion of the Yahud. I don't know, dude. I'm not going to say that Buddhism is a religion of the Yahud. I think that's kind of crazy. Seeing as it was there before really any of these Abrahamic type beliefs. So I don't know. There's things more ancient than Yahudi religion. Sorry, you guys, I'm like chopping potatoes. I'm gonna make a sweet potato and spinach curry. Try this out, see how it is. Let's see. Hey, is that Annan?
Yes, I'm here.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
Good. Have you how's your night going? Have you been watching it all, or have you just tuning in?
I just tuned in, so I'll listen for a bit and then I'll share. I've heard many, many good things about him, but I'm not an expert, so I want to just listen to what other people have to say.
Yeah, sure. Well, I played a video of him talking to Oprah Winfrey about his friendship, and then we went over a little bit of his friendship with Dr. Martin Luther King. And there's actually like some, I gotta look up that guy, that Andrus. I think he's like a Christian monk or a Christian priest who wrote a book about their friendship, about the friendship between the two, and how Thich Nhat Hanh just thought, so very highly of Dr. King, and kind of was influential in his speaking out against the Vietnam War. And, because they met up and Dr. King nominated him for a Peace Prize. So there was a lot of like interfaith solidarity between the two when it came down to, achieving peace. And I think that's like, it says a lot, if people can put their religious differences aside and come together for the better of humanity. Like, I think that's what it should be all about. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think when South Vietnam fell, he moved outside of Vietnam. He moved to other places so he could freely practice his faith.
Yeah, so he moved, and then they exiled him because they thought he was like, causing trouble or speaking out against the government, and basically like becoming a traitor, kind of like they tried to propose that Dr. King was for speaking out against the Vietnam War. So he was exiled from Vietnam and just able to go back in like I think it was 2014 or 15, basically after.
Yeah, what I want to know is, I think, was his view that the South Vietnamese should have resisted the North non-violently? Was that his view? But he did leave in 75. He did not stay to do non-violent resistance.
See, I don't know too much about the Vietnam War. So, like, I know it was a civil war, the North versus the South. America had put in, what is it, MB, or what's his name?
Well, so yeah, there was a war between South Vietnam and North, two different countries. And North Vietnam was supported by the Chinese, Soviets, and a bunch of other countries. South Vietnam was supported by other countries, right? But it was really a war between the North and the South. And in 1975, the South Vietnamese army was broken and it was overrun, right? And we know what happened, right? We know about the concentration camps and the slaughter of South Vietnamese that happened. But I think his view was that the only way the South Vietnamese could survive was to do nonviolent resistance. However, when South Vietnam fell, 6 million people fled on boats, right? So the people who might have done that, but it turns out he was right in a way. After 1985, the North Vietnamese dictator who had killed all those people, he died. And then everything opened up, right? So as long as Lao, I'm trying to remember his name, was alive, things weren't good. But when he died, everything changed. But it's a tough thing, very tough thing, what to do about a conflict like that. Because
I know.
Because the thing is, the South Vietnamese could never win the war with the North because there were 130,000 Chinese soldiers in the North, right? So they could never cross the border and fight. They could never win. They didn't have the ability to defeat the Soviet Union, China, and North Vietnam. So maybe his idea was right, that the South Vietnamese allow themselves to be conquered and allow, for a couple of million of people to be put in concentration camps and for 6 million to flee on boats and do all that stuff. And then a couple, 100 after the North Vietnamese won, they also killed 100,000 South Vietnamese civilians that they captured, right? So allow this to happen and then practice nonviolence to try to transform the North. I think that was his view. It's a very tough path, right? The Dalai Lama's path is also very tough.
Yeah, of course. I'm trying to find I found a video where he was talking about it. I'm not sure if he supported the communist or not. And then
I don't think he supported the communists. That's not true. I don't think he did. but because obviously he fled in 75, right? So he didn't support them. But I think that the question is, what do you do? And it's a very tough question. Most people would say, no, I don't want to. It's tough, right? That's what makes him courageous, to be able to say that to people who are. Well, Gandhi said something similar, right? Gandhi said that if every single Indian gets killed by Islamists, then we should celebrate. And the world, a new dawn will emerge in the world, right? um, it'll be beautiful. It'll inspire. It'll inspire the universe, right? But it's tough to do in practice. And I think he suggested something similar to the South Vietnamese.
Yeah, it's definitely a terrible kind of. All right, hold on. I'm gonna have to. All right, I'm gonna. This is twice in the chat. I've like told you to chill with the comments. Like we're having a, like, can we be like respectful to the show that's going on, please? I don't want to have to like block anyone or time anyone out today. Not in the mood for that. So I know that Dr. Martin Luther King was in an interview, and he was talking about communism and like, let me try to find it. He was talking about communism and how people think it's like this big bad like monolith of evil or whatever, but there are countries that do live in communist countries, and there's millions of people living in those. So like we can't just go around making all of them suffer because we think communism is like this big terrible thing. Let me see.
So let's say you have to.
Out, if you look at it, interestingly enough, in Vietnam, it turned out the South Vietnamese won the war, because what happened after 1985? The South socioeconomically took over the country, culturally in every other way, right? And it's basically, Vietnam today is far more South Vietnamese than South Vietnam ever was, right? So the South did win. So it turns out that he was right in a sense, that when the dictator dies, because that's the good thing about bad people, they all die, right?
Yeah.
In this world they do. Maybe not in the heavens and in the other realms, but here they don't live very long. They tend not to live more than 110 or 120 years.
Right.
So we can wait them out.
Right, and I think that's when they were kind of like the relieved of the war when he died, right? Like,
well, of course, because it was really bad. Because he, as you can tell, when South Vietnam fell, 6 million people escaping on boats. They only did that because they were scared they'll be killed, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't have done that. And a couple million put in concentration camps and 100,000 civilians getting killed. This is after the South Vietnamese army was. Obviously, they killed the South Vietnamese army because they felt that they were an enemy, right? But it's not easy to do in practice. But the Vietnamese did do it in practice, and as soon as the person died in 1985, Lao Zhan, I think is how you pronounce his name, then suddenly everything opened up, because he was the force. The dictatorship, the killing was coming from one man.
Okay. And then is that's why Kennedy was assassinated, right? During that time?
Yeah. So here's an interesting thing, but we should probably talk about the spiritual man, because that's what's more important. But if I remember, in 1963, Kennedy supported a coup in South Vietnam where Diem was killed. But Kennedy didn't understand he was committing a coup. So from what I've heard, from books I've read about it, Kennedy cried more when Diem of South Vietnam died, because of the coup that Kennedy had de facto orchestrated without understanding what he was doing. he before the coup happened, every time there were all these generals would go meet with the US ambassador, and he would like give a symbol, no, Kennedy supports DM, Kennedy supports DM. And then Kennedy told the ambassador, just don't tell them I support him that much, right? Like this, he never said that he would encourage a coup, but that statement led to the coup because they assumed that Kennedy was telling them through the US ambassador in code. You have to be very careful when you speak. Be very, very careful. But he did orchestrate the coup by that very subtle change in language where it wasn't I support DM, right? And then DM, they killed DM, the coup people, and then South Vietnam plunged into internal conflict. In addition to its war with the North, right? It plunged into because there was no clear successor in the South. But anyway, I don't want to change the topic. This man was a great spiritual person, from what I heard. I've been hearing for the last 10 years people were worried he's going to pass away or he was close to passing away. So I think his health wasn't good for a while.
Yeah, he had a stroke. So he had suffered like a massive stroke, and they didn't think he was going to make it. I think that was in 2015. He had a stroke, and I mean, he was 95. So 2015, he was like 82 or something like that. I just lived such an amazing life and did so many things and was such an inspiration globally to so many people to spread the message. Like I say, wrote 100 books, um, interfaith books, mindfulness books. Just dedicated his life to serving humanity and
Oh, I was just looking at something. So he had already left Vietnam by 1975. And in 1975, are you there? Can you hear me?
yep.
In 1975, he led advocacy to help all the boat people who were escaping Vietnam, and he helped convince many countries to give them refuge. So he played a very important role in saving as many South Vietnamese as he could.
Oh, can you put that article somewhere so I could put it up?
I don't. I've been reading from Wikipedia, so I don't know the
Oh,
details.
okay.
But the thing is, it was not like he was just doing meditation. He did meditation.
No, he was huge in the in the civil rights movement. He backed Dr. King. Like I said, he was influential in Dr. King's decision to speak out publicly against the Vietnam War, and just was very he connected with Christian communities across the globe, um, Catholic monks, all kinds of, just did an amazing amount of accomplishments. Let me try to look up.
So his teachings, I've talked to some of his students. I didn't know. I just called in now, or I would have asked my friends who follow him to join in. But I've talked to some of his students. He was. Can you tell me more about his teachings and his specific path, his specific?
Yeah, so he was a Zen master. So they said his version of, like, if Zen is kind of like they made a comparison. They said if Zen is like the Navy SEALs of spirituality, right? Like, it's clear cut, it's like to the point, like no cut around, where his was more like the Green Berets of spirituality, where he was like boots on the ground, more about love, out there uniting people very peacefully, and like dedicated his life to peace and teaching people how to live, and in a very Zen way. And yeah, he was very influential on even bringing Buddhism westward, and some his mindfulness movement that he started in the West. And he started Plum Village Monastery, which I think is headquartered in France. and there's like hundreds of monks that live over there, and they do retreats and they do community outreach, and it's just amazing at like the global network that he was able to put together.
Right.
But yeah, it was
I just posted something, a link. I posted a link. So there are 5 great sampradayas of Chan Buddhism. Chan is a subset of Madhyamaka, which is a subset of
Mahayana.
Mahayana, which is a subset of Sutrayana, which is of course part of Buddhism.
Right.
Yeah. So one of the 5 Chan is so that's Madhyamaka, which means it's the same tradition as the Buddhists, the Tibetan Buddhists. It's Madhyamaka, but
Yeah.
it's one of the 5. I mean, same family, broader family. It's one of the 5 great Chan traditions.
Right. So that's what they were chanting. I played a little bit of the live stream of his funeral, and that's what they were chanting when they were laying him. Namo Bo Kwan Team, which is a Kuan Yin Bodhisattva, like basically like venerating the Kuan Yin, Mother of Compassion Bodhisattva, which is in Chan Buddhism venerates Kuan Yin and Amitabha. So they're like the Pure Land Chan, like big deities or bodhisattvas in their traditions.
Yeah, they're called Linji school, I think, is another name for them. But they are, yeah. Bonpo is different. Bonpo is also in Japan, but Bonpo is actually a sister of Tibetan Buddhism. So, okay, let me try to explain it. So, there is, of course, within Buddhism, there's Sutrayana. Sutrayana has 3 components, which are Mahayana. It comes from the Buddhist sutras, right? So, Mahayana and Theravada are both part of it, and one more. And then Mahayana, right? And then Mahayana has something called Madhyamaka and Yogacara. And then Madhyamaka has multiple schools. One of those schools is called Vajrayana. And there's only 2 great Vajrayana traditions that I know of. One is Tibetan Buddhism, and the other is Bonpo in Japan. So it's very similar to Tibetan Buddhism. And in fact, it's also the one that's closest to the rest of Sanatan, maybe, arguably. It's very close to the rest of Sanatan Dharma. Let me say that. So a lot of the Buddhists and the Bon in Japan have a lot of Shastras that the rest of Sanatana Dharma has lost, right? So they're very precious and important to the rest of the Sanatana Dharma family.
Yeah, I was just finding like a chart. Kind of, there's so many Zen schools. Let me see.
I posted it. I posted the Linji. So, oh, right. Those are the charts of the Linji.
How do I make like this one bigger? Let me see. Well, that's actually in. I think this was the best one I was looking at before.
Can you post a link?
Yeah. I hate how it like goes to a different tab and then it tabs off. Like I can't just enlarge this one.
Are any of his devotees listening to the stream? If so, can they call in? For example, what did he say about samadhi? What did he say about freedom? What did he say about things like that? The 31 levels of heaven.
Oh, I mean, there's so he's let me try to find. There's tons of videos of his teachings on Plum Village. Let me see if I can find one on Samadhi. I mean, I'm sure there's a ton of them. But he was like more, his thing, like signature thing was like the art of mindful living, or I think like Johnny said, like engaged. Is it engaged Buddhism? Like he was, yeah, engaged Buddhism. He was very focused on practice.
Right. That's what I heard. Can I quickly hang up and try to call my friend who studies, who has studied him, and see if she can call in right now?
Yeah, sure. I don't think so. I don't think so. Sadly, it used to be the center of it. Really. I'm just trying to look through. I mean, there's literally hundreds of there's hundreds of lectures by him that some of them are hours during all different kinds of things. Store consciousness. Samana, you did a consciousness a teach psychology retreat. There's stuff going all the way back to 97. Let me post this playlist in the chat. Let me see. Can you like keep the stuff to a minimum, man? See if I can find any like shorter ones. These are all like an hour. I'm pretty sure he was an enlightened being.
So this learning and practice is so important for our, and each of us has to be an instrument of peace, an instrument of mindfulness, and compassion in order to make the world a better place for our children to live. So karma means just action. Action as a cause that will bring about are the fruit of action. And your continuation body depends entirely on your action. Your diploma, your bank account, you cannot bring it with you. What you bring with you is your action. Your action is triple: thinking, speaking, acting. And when you look at these things, you see yourself, you see your continuation body. You don't say that when after the disintegration of this body, I'm no longer there, I will no longer there. You are always there because you are your own action. The French philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre, he has come very close to that idea. He tried to have a definition of man. He knows that man is not his body, his feelings. Very close to Buddhism, although he belonged to the school of existentialism. And his statement is, man is the totality of his act. That is what Sartre said. L'homme est la somme de ses actes. L'homme est la somme de ses actes. So what are we? We are our action. And we are continued by our action. And it's not so difficult to see our continuation body. And you don't need to wait until the complete disintegration of this body in order to begin to see our continuation body. Like the cloud, she doesn't need to be transformed entirely into the rain in order to see her continuation body. And all of us have to practice the same. We have to see our continuation body now. I am able to see my continuation body now. This is the water that is being boiled in a pot. And one day you don't see that body anymore. And you say that Thầy is dead. It's not true. I will never die. My nature is the nature of the cloud. It is impossible for a cloud to die. It's impossible for Thầy to die. I continue always. Yeah. And you... and you have to be able to see Thay's continuation body now. If you look into yourself, you see you continue Thầy in some way. Thầy is in you. Thầy is in his friends, his disciples, in many ways. And Thầy is operating in Vietnam, in America, in the school, in the prisons, in the army. So if you have the eyes of sightlessness, you are not confined to this form. You can see the cloud in your teeth. And you don't cry anymore about the absence of the form of cloud in the sky. So the shortest answer to the question, what happens when you die, is that what happens when you die is you don't die.
Just amazing teachings by an amazing man. All right, the other thing I wanted to just bring awareness to was the situation in Tibet. So what's going on now is that they are a couple of days ago, I think it was within the last week, what they did was they came into Tibet and removed a statue, a huge Buddhist statue that the whole community pitched in to buy. And what they did was here, I'll play the video on it. There's so many freaking videos. I should have been more prepared for this, but oh well, you know how I do. All right, here we go. I'll sing this. Come on, man. I had all this in my history. Hold on. All right, here we go.
From December From December 12 to December 21, 2021, the Sichuan government has destroyed a 99-foot tall Buddha statue in Gar's Tibet Autonomous Province. Deeming it as being too tall, the government also forced the monks and neighboring Tibetans to see the whole demolition process. Authorities also destroyed 45 traditional prayer wheels used by Tibetan pilgrims and other believers. Residents said many police were deployed to prevent onlookers from taking pictures, filming, or organizing riots. Kelsang Galtsen, the representative of the Central Tibetan Administration in Taiwan, criticized that the CCP destroys the physical body and destroys the human spirit, calling this action as being worse than the Taliban. Kelsang said that the local people built this Buddha statue because the area has been a hot zone of huge earthquakes. According to Tibetan belief, erecting such a large Buddha sculpture can prevent the recurrence of earthquakes. Moreover, the statue was also approved by the CCP in 2015. The Tibetans raised funds to build it. Kelsang said that the CCP has put efforts into erasing Tibetan religion and culture for years, using the accusation that their heritage has been extremists. For this purpose, they proposed the so-called policy of the Chinese national community to govern Tibet. Under this policy, Tibetans are forced into technical schools that practically are none other than concentration camps, where children are separated from their families at an early age and forced to receive a Chinese education. The CCP also destroyed many schools established by monasteries to teach Tibetan language and culture, with young Tibetans strictly restricted from entering the monastery. Kelsang said, "This is essentially blatant ethnic assimilation." Kelsang also exposed the Tibetan Buddhist Academy the CCP established. In reality, it operates as a school to teach the party's ideologies. The academy is swarmed with portraits of CCP leaders in the school, newspapers, magazines, and official media of the CCP. In general, What is taught there is that if monks worship Buddha, they must also venerate the leaders of the CCP. Kelsang said what the CCP is doing is a genocide program that is destroying Tibet's religion, language, culture, and ethnic identity. He added, "We hope that the international community will pay attention to what happened to Tibet, Falun Gong, and other religions in China, just like Xinjiang and Hong Kong, and strongly condemn the Chinese government." In 1949, Communist China invaded Tibet, a peaceful Buddhist region. Over 1.2 million Tibetans have been slain since that period, over 6,000 monasteries have been destroyed, and thousands of Tibetans have been jailed. Together with other victims of the CCP's persecution programs, Tibet monks are also subjected to torture, forced labor, and forced organ harvesting.
Yeah, crazy. CCP, man. I don't understand what is going on with all the cry out that's been in the world for how many years now about how they treat their people. We have to sit back as a global community and just watch all this happen. And they get to do whatever they want to do because they're the almighty Chinese government. So, I mean, how many human rights violations, and even if you don't agree with the Human Rights Commission or whatever, how many violations are we're just gonna sit back and watch and allow to happen before anybody does anything about it? It's just freaking crazy. Is that Mr. Palu?
Yeah, it's me. It's me.
Hey, how you doing?
Doing great, everybody. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I have to go research this guy. I didn't know about this guy. I didn't know who he was, but I'll go research him, stuff like that. But hi, everybody on the chat. Hi, it's Mr. Pelly. Everybody knows me. And yeah, I'd like to talk about the Chinese government, about the things which you're saying. I mean, the reason is a lot of it is financial. You know, a lot of countries depend on China. They have the whole supply lines of, because business is all interrelated now, especially after Nixon opened up China and put them in the World Trade Organization. A lot of the supply lines and the supply chain, or supply chains, what they call it, supply chains, all these things connect back to China. Everything now is made in China, made in China. So it's like Chinese government holds, which is dominated by the CCP by their law, because it's a single party state at the top level. Um, 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 they have a stranglehold on a lot of economies, and a lot of people just don't mess with China because of their economic stranglehold. I mean, their military of power, because it's so big, and they are nuclear power too, so that's part of it. But it's mostly financial too. I think a lot of people just don't. Cause look, even if you think about the other surrounding places, like the issue in Xinjiang, like a lot of countries, even the region that are majority Muslims, don't even condemn China for it. Like Pakistan, the Kazakhstan, all those countries next to it, because of China's economic control of the region. So the same things will happen in the Tibetan region. Same thing will happen. I don't know too much about his relationship with China. The guy who died, the monk, rest in peace. But
Not much. He was from Vietnam, so he
yeah,
was
yeah,
more.
he's from Vietnam.
Yeah, he was Vietnamese. Not he wasn't a Tibetan monk or anything. But yeah, that would be more the Dalai Lama who has the issue with China.
Yeah.
Since they branded him a separatist and a terrorist.
Oh, yeah. That's how they do. Cause they look at separatism as terrorism. I mean, see, that's what they call it. They call it the evils. They say there's extremism, separatism, and terrorism. That's the three evils. The Chinese. That's the way the Chinese Communist Party rhetoric is. I'm familiar with the rhetoric just because of the Xinjiang issues, and they employ that same rhetoric in dealing with the matter of Xinjiang or East Turkestan, however you like to call it, right? Or Uyghur, right? But yes. So you understand? See, you understand the communism is. See, the problem with communism is that communism itself is a religion, and they don't want to act like they don't want to admit it's a religion. They're anti-religion, but they have an anti-religion religion. You know what I'm trying to say? Their religion is against religions. Is the crazy thing about it. They act like. Hmm?
It's a belief system.
It definitely is because they have a vision of the world they think is going to come true. They have predictions. They have a way. It's all comes from Karl Marx and even people before that, and all developed with other people too. With then developed more by Stalin and Lenin, and then you get Maoism, and then you get whatever. But yeah, it's definitely a belief system. The same. It's definitely a belief system. There's definitely an intellectual tradition. But they want to act like it's not, and then they attack everybody else's one, acting like there's something different. Well, end of the day, it is a belief system, and it's a militant belief system that's there to violently persecute other belief systems. They want this absolute state atheism. They have a policy of state atheism. And I know Buddhism is not necessarily a theocentric religion to the best of my knowledge. Even though I'm not an expert, even though we did that long series on Buddhism, I'm still not an expert on Buddhism. but at the same time, it does represent a threat to the monopoly of thought and psychosocial direction that the Communist Party wants to enforce. Thank you.
Right. Even though it's not theocentric or whatever the word you just used, but it's still an organized system. You know what I'm saying? So they're threatened by the organization of the monastics, of the leadership. You know what I'm saying? Because they're not.
So I wish to add one more thing. The worst part of the Vietnam War happened in 1979 when Vietnam and China went at it. And that was terrible. The Vietnamese were destroyed by that. So ever after that, Le Jean was a broken man, the dictator of North Vietnam, because of of all of Vietnam. He had wanted to also take over Laos and Cambodia, but all his dreams died. After that, he was just trying to resuscitate what remained of Vietnam. So Vietnamese and Chinese have been enemies historically, but especially since '79. And Vietnam formed a military alliance with India to deal with China. They're trying to form alliance with anyone they can to help them against China. Their relations are very bad.
That's crazy. Yeah, man. Like I need to really brush up and learn more about the Vietnam War. Let me see. Hey, Johnny.
Hey, what's up, guys?
How's it going?
No, not bad.
Yeah. So what are you saying about everything?
Nothing. I just hopped on. I had it playing in the back, but I was busy making some food, so I couldn't catch everything. But I did catch the tail end of Mr. Peilu's talk on the communism, and I think he's pretty right. I would agree with a lot of that. It's pretty. It has a religious feel to it, actually. I mean, political ideologies, I think, can be very similar to religious ideologies.
I wanted to add that in the comment section I shared what my friend said. My friend is currently traveling and doesn't have access to the internet, but she did tell me some things in the comments which I left about his teachings.
Oh, sure, please, yeah, go for it.
I'll read them out to you. Loving kindness, by which is meant compassion, rightful thinking, interbeing. He created this word. No birth, no death, just manifestation. Right thinking, mindful walking, breathing, peace and justice.
Hey, tell us about interbeing. What's interbeing?
I need to look that up. I can do that while you guys are talking about other things. I'll be back.
I would imagine it has something to do with interrelatedness.
Right?
Everything is interconnected.
Yeah, definitely. So interbeing or the interdependence of all beings is just that. Is that if you think about it, nothing is everything is contingent. Everything in our existence is contingent on other factors. So we can't live without the earth. Animals can't live without the earth. Like there's nothing that's self-sustaining. In that case, we should, be kind to all everything, the other life around us, in loving kindness towards everything. Sorry, I'm also cooking. In order for we're dependent for our survivability. So that's what interdependence or
You know what's interesting about Thich Nat's teachings? He even goes on to say compassion for plants, and I even believe minerals. I'm going to try and see if I can look this up.
Yes, I believe that's true. I believe that's right.
Yeah. So
he did say that. I can read some things about interbeing. Okay, but this is an article by Thich Nhat about interbeing. Should I read it?
Sure.
Okay. Emptiness does not mean nothingness. Saying that we are empty does not mean that we do not exist. No matter if something is full or empty, that thing clearly needs to be there in the first place. When we say a cup is empty, the cup must be there in order to be empty. When we say that we are empty, it means that we must be there in order to be empty, a permanent, separate self. About 30 years ago, I was looking for an English word to describe our deep interconnection with everything. I liked the word, quote, togetherness, end quote. But I finally came up with the word interbeing. The verb to be can be misleading because we cannot be by ourselves alone. Quote, to be, unquote, is always to, quote, interbe, end quote. If we combine the prefix inter with the verb, quote, to be, end quote, we have a new verb, quote, interbe, end quote. To interbe and the action of interbeing reflects reality more accurately. We are inter with one another and with all life. There is a biologist named Lewis Thomas whose work I appreciate very much. He describes how our human bodies are, quote, shared, rented, and occupied, end quote, by countless other tiny organisms without whom we couldn't, quote, move a muscle, drum, a finger, or think a thought, end quote. Our body is a community, and the trillions of non-human cells in our body are even more numerous than the human cells. Without them, we could not be here in this moment. Without them, we wouldn't be able to think, to feel, to speak. There are, he says, no solitary beings. The whole planet is one giant living, breathing cell with all its working parts linked in symbiosis. Should I read one more paragraph?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. We can observe emptiness and interbeing everywhere in our daily life. If we look at a child, it's easy to see the child's mother and father, grandmother and grandfather in her. The way she looks, the way she acts, the things she says. Even her skills and talents are the same as her parents. If at times we cannot understand why the child is acting in a certain way, it is helpful to remember that she is not a separate self-entity. She is a continuation. Her parents and ancestors are inside her. When she walks and talks, they walk and talk as well. Looking into the child, we can be in touch with her parents and ancestors. But equally, looking into the parent, we can see the child. We do not exist independently. We, quote, inter-r, end quote. Everything relies on everything else in the cosmos in order to manifest. Whether a star, a cloud, a flower, a tree, you and me. I could stop here, give one more paragraph.
And keep going.
I remember one time when I was in London doing walking meditation along the street, and I saw a book displayed in a bookshop window with the title, quote, My Mother, Myself, end quote. I didn't buy the book because I felt I already knew what was inside. It's true that each one of us is a continuation of our mother. We are our mother. And so whenever we are angry at our mother or father, we are also being angry at ourselves. Whatever we do, our parents are doing it with us. This may be hard to accept, but it's the truth. We can't say that we don't want to have anything to do with our parents. They are in us and we are in them. We are a continuation of all our ancestors. Thanks to impermanence, we have a chance to transform our inheritance in a beautiful direction. I can do one more paragraph, which I think links.
Sure.
Okay, sure, yeah.
Okay. Every time I offer incense or prostrate before the altar in my hermitage, I do not do this as an individual self, but as a whole lineage. Whenever I walk, sit, eat, or practice calligraphy, I do so with the awareness that all my ancestors are within me in that moment. I am their continuation. Whatever I'm doing, the energy of mindfulness enables me to do it as, quote, us, end quote. Through interbeing, not as, quote, me, end quote. When I hold a calligraphy brush, I know I cannot remove my father from my hand. I know I cannot remove my mother or my ancestors from me. They are present in all my cells, in my gestures, in my capacity to draw a beautiful circle. Nor can I remove my spiritual teachers from my hand. And he gives a hyperlink to his spiritual teachers. They are in this peace, concentration, and mindfulness I enjoy as I make the circle. We are all drawing the circle together. There is no separate self doing it. While practicing calligraphy, I touched the profound insight of no self. It becomes a deep practice of meditation. I'm going to stop here.
Okay, that was very insightful. That was
Actually, there's
very
only one more
insightful
paragraph. I could
speech.
just finish it. It's really short. Together,
All right, just finish it. Yeah.
together we are at work or at home. We can practice to see all our ancestors and teachers present in our actions. We can see their presence when we express a talent or skill they have transmitted to us. We can see their hands in ours as we prepare a meal or wash the dishes. We can experience profound connection and free ourselves from the idea that we are a separate self through the conscious recognition of interbeing.
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Oh, amazing.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you the only thing that I would add to this. But look, I get everything you said, right? But now, how does that match with a monk's life, right? Because a monks, they generally don't get married, right? They don't get married, don't have kids, right? But he understands the feeling that he got from all his ancestors coming down. As a monk, and he realized this in his meditations. Why wouldn't he want to continue it? Does he not want to continue his ancestry, or that's the only thing as a monk that I would say that how does that all flow together? How do if monks realize their continuation from their lineage going back? How do they see themselves going forward as people who don't marry and have progeny?
I would say the same way that it's existed since the time of the Buddha. The Sangha has existed, and it's not by the monastics reproducing. It's the laity, it's the lay followers who reproduce and give the next generation of children and monks to join the Sangha.
Yeah.
So
No, that's not what I mean, right? He has a spiritual connection, right? He has a spiritual, or however you want to say. I don't know the right word to say. Because the reason I don't like using spiritual because I think the word spiritual gets overused a lot. So I don't like using it. I think it's so cliche when I say spiritual. So you have a psychosocial biological internal connection to the people before you, and he's realizing that in his meditations, in his thoughts, and in his psyche, however you want to articulate it, right. So if he understands this now as a monk, he is choosing as a monk to stop the for lack of a better words, I can't describe it any better, forgive me if I'm not making it according to Buddhist theology, but for lack of a better word, he's continuing to stop that that process that has come to make him by not
I think
having progeny,
I
right?
think I understand what you're trying to say. I think well, his genes, his lineage, like his personal lineage, like if he doesn't have kids, his lineage stops, right? So there's nothing to he stopped procreating. But his consciousness will take on another form again, and it'll have a new set of genes, different set of genes, different set of parents, right? And is that what you're trying to say? Like, if I
I'm
feel like
saying, yeah, I'm saying he's feeling the spirituality, right? Because even me,
the
when he
spirit,
said everything he's saying resonated with me because I feel the same way, right? And I get it.
but
And many cultures have that type of feeling where that you are a continuation of your ancestors and is deeply ingrained in you. And even if you want to look at scientifically, biologically, that's definitely the case because we are our parents,
but
genetically speaking, we are, right?
but the lineage he's talking about doesn't have a genetic makeup, so to speak.
He
Like,
but
I mean,
he did mention genetic makeup. He didn't mention genetic. He did mention the parents a lot. He did mention
yeah, he did.
your parents use your grandparents. And
Yeah,
so
he did. But
so
I think that was just to make his emphasis on interbeing. Because when his mom passed away, he was really sad, and he went for a walk, and then he had an insight when he looked into his palm. Oh, my mom's not really dead; she's alive within me, kind of thing. But
that's true, right?
yeah,
So now he feels that. So I'm saying, as somebody who has gotten an intimate feeling of that in your meditations, in your everything, what how do you reconcile you not having like so because now you're ending everything that made you, right?
no,
you
man.
you you
There's always going to be life. The samsara is endless. There's always going to be beings coming and going. it's 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 I guess with the thing, if I feel that maybe you have an attachment to your own genetic lineage, you know what I mean?
that because the reason I mentioned it because he himself mentioned his genetic lineage. He mentioned it himself, right?
Yeah,
So
but
I'm going with what he mentioned.
let's just
I'm not
say,
trying to put my own ideas into it. I'm reflecting on what he's telling me. You know what I'm trying to say? Because
yeah, but
he said if he didn't say that, I wouldn't have mentioned it. I'm
okay,
only
but
mentioning
you have a genetic lineage now, but how Buddhists would view it is when you die and you pass away and you get reborn as a white guy or a white girl, you have a new genetic lineage there, and you're going to become attached to that lineage, and then when that lineage dies, you might get reborn as an Asian man who has a totally different genetic lineage. So it's just, I think he means more of the lineage of the Dharmic teachings, the lineage of the Buddhas. That's what I think he really is trying to get at, his teachers. But doesn't really matter about your ethnicity, your genetic makeup, your genome. It's that just is part of life, like how the
like
body
he said,
is.
you live with your parents. You are your parents. The way he was talking,
You're breaking up, man. I can't hear you. Sorry, I can't hear you.
So what was the question?
Well, I think Mr. Pelu was trying to get at, yeah, there is this. I was actually having a conversation with my teacher
hold on.
about this because in Buddhism there kind of is at least recently there's been this new kind of movement called
Can you hear me now?
antenatal. Yeah, we can hear you now. There's like this new philosophical movement that's been kind of gaining ground in the past 5-10 years or something like that. It's called antinatalism, where they view things like they view having kids and procreating and bringing new life into this world as actually kind of being immoral. It's immoral to bring children into life because there's an asymmetry in the happiness as opposed to the sadness. There's more suffering than there is happiness. And that kind of parallels some Buddhist ideas. Like, I mean, I wouldn't say necessarily 100%, but the Buddhists want to put an end to the cycle of rebirth. You know, they don't want to be reborn. So Mr. Pelu, I think is. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No. Okay, y'all can hear me now. Okay, did everybody else hear me except Johnny John? Because I think it might be a lag between me and you. I don't know. Might just be a lag between me and you.
I can hear you now.
Okay,
I don't
then.
know if everybody else.
You're not.
Yeah.
And then.
Okay, no, he's talking to his brother. He's talking to his brother. Yeah. And then mute your mic when you're talking to Billy.
Oh shoot! Holy crap! I did not know.
It's all good.
Let me turn it off. Where is it? Oh.
Yeah, because see, okay, so that's but then okay, now I guess this guy he wasn't part of he wasn't part of the non-natalism. I forgot the word you used. You said something about natalism. I think the birthright, but that's kind of where the question even leads to, because if that way of thinking, then the point that you got to non-natalism is almost like he's seen nature. He's seen, okay, to make a long story short, he sounded like in the reflection that and then read from the monk. He sounded like he had a deep connection to nature, right? He had so much connection to nature and where he come from. But now as a monk, did he see did he see him? Is the point okay? So the point of the monk is to stop the rebirth, right? But he sees so is he saying that it's good that he comes from all these people, or is it bad, or is it or is neutral? Because he seems to have reflected profoundly on his nature and how he came about. But now as a monk, he's stopping that in a certain way, right? In the physical way, but he describes the physical way or the natural way or the way of bodies touching physical bodies, creating new physical bodies.
You mean because he chose a life of celibacy, you think he is ending his lineage? But I think that, well, as far as what I've known about Eastern kind of Buddhism, is that usually it will be, they send the kids there to the monastery to learn, to get their education, because that's like the schools. And then a lot of the times the kids, once they they're finished with their studies, they'll have their families. Some of them will come back to the monasteries and live out the rest of their days there, and some of them won't. But some of them, like he said, he was drawn from a very young age to ordain, some from the time I think he was 5 or 6 years old. So he spent his whole life in the monastery, right? So I mean, I don't see that as like, we don't know if he had brothers and sisters to carry on his family line. But the thing is even though you feel an emotional attachment to the ones you love, you would know that you would have to forsake attachments to that side of your identity. That's just an identity and like a worldly name. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think that it would really, I don't think they're choosing to end their lineage or like not caring about it, but in their mind, the attachment is worth giving up, and the benefit to society outweighs, just a name of a person. That's would be my response to it.
Okay. Well, I'm talking about because the way. Okay.
Yeah, of course. I mean, he's still a human guy. Like he's not an enlightened Buddha him yet, or maybe he was, but he admits that. Of course, you still have human feelings. You just know that you have to detach from them. So.
Well, I think even the Dalai Lama said that the next rebirth of the Dalai Lama would be a Westerner. It's possible. So, I mean,
Yeah.
so if let's just say that did happen, because there actually have been Western recognized lamas and rinpoches. I mean, what does that say, like, about their genetic lineage? That genetic lineage, our genetics we're all genetically much more similar than we are different. You know what I mean? It's just like it's
It's all
just that
impermanent, like
yeah, it's
not.
genetically speaking, we're extremely similar. It's
Right.
just there's variations in our genome that make you have blue eyes or green eyes or brown eyes as opposed to, and it's very superficial, the differences, but we take those superficialities to be extremely different because I think because we're such a visually oriented species, so we see differences in people and we magnify them and we amplify them and give them much more significance than they really do. That's just my own personal opinion. Like that's how I see it. I mean, if it's really, to me, trivial at the end of the day. A lot of the differences, they're superficial. They're not very deep.
Right, but they become an attachment.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I recognized it when I started recognizing, well, at least in myself, I started realizing that I was extreme. I remember one time, I'll just give an example. I was driving with my ex-girlfriend. I was probably like 20 or something like that. And there was this restaurant that had a tattered Canadian flag. Okay, can you believe this? And I saw this tattered Canadian flag that they had flying. And I started getting so mad. I'm like, how dare they insult Canada like that? Keep flying this tattered flag. And now I look back at it, I'm like, it's just a piece of fabric. Why am I so attached to this idea of a fabric, a flag? Like, sure, it's nice to be living in Canada and to say, oh, I'm Canadian. Yeah, but I don't take it as serious anymore. It's not in my bones, Canadian. It's American isn't in anybody's, truly, it's not in their bones. You know what I mean? It's just arbitrary. It depends on where I was born. I could have been born in, I don't know, Zaire, and I would have been freaking out over a Zaire flag. Or India or wherever, it's these attachments, they're grounded in delusion. Like, it's delusional to be. And if you go into outer space and you look down at the earth, you're not going to see any of those, the lines that divide nation. Again, they're just constructs of our minds that we attribute way more significance than they really are. But I think to survive, we kind of need those boundaries. Like, we still need boundaries to live and to operate. But just, I think, to know that they're not as real as we take them to be is important.
Oh, 100%. And you could witness like the attachments that cause suffering to people. If you think about it, every war that's ever been fought is because of some attachment to land or some greedy thought of wanting to take over other people's and encroach on people's space and inflict your view on them, which would all be a wrong view, to be honest. But it's the things that people are attached to so much that like would cause them to suffer. And then like it's interesting to see how when you propose giving that thing up, like they freak out. They're like, no, what are you talking about? Like, how could I give up this? Like, or so we'll use the example of racelessness, like from a couple of days ago. Like when racelessness was proposed, a lot of people freaked out because they're like, oh my God, like how could I ever give up race? Like, how do you just give up race? But in the same sense, if it's literally the cause of suffering and the cause of why an enormous amount of people suffer, the reluctance to give that source up is kind of like, what are we doing here? Like, do we really want it to get better, or do we want to hold on to our sense of self and who we think we are? You know what I'm saying? Like, as people, I don't know. It's crazy. Like, I mean, it's not crazy. It's understandable. It's our nature, but it's interesting to me, and that was a good example of just witnessing, like trying to mindfully listen to the conversation and break it down to a very simple stance, and it's like, wow, like people don't want to give up who they think they are, even if it's for the benefit of everyone. So interesting. So yeah, I don't know. Anyone else got anything to chip in? I'll probably shut it down. I think, yeah, Born Riches is a lot of people live right now. So Born Riches
No, I'm
live.
good. I'm good. I mean, it's been good. I'll research more about this guy. Maybe we maybe in some follow up things we'll bring up some more things about him. I'll do some research about him.
Yeah, no doubt. I would like to read that book on his friendship with Dr. Martin Luther King. I think that would be interesting to kind of go through. I don't know how long it is, though. I want to see.
Okay, I can do that.
Called Brothers in the Beloved Community by Mark Andrus. That's what I want to look up. Mark Andrus. See who he is.
I have a comment to make.
Sure, go.
I wanted to recommend that you interview someone called Eva Natanya. She had a Buddha at the gas pump interview. I sent it to you. It's really long, like 2.5 hours or some. I don't remember the exact length. I'll post it in the comment section. But she's like a deep scholar of Tibetan Buddhism. She's meditated and experienced some of these samadhi states, but she's also a deep scholar of Christianity and of other systems. And she was able to compare and contrast many dharmic systems together and Christianity, which is even more impressive. Mystical Christianity, the Gnostics, etc.
Interesting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, put it in the group chat between me, you, and Jen, and then put it on the Discord between me, you, and Jen, and then we'll work it out.
That Mark Andrus, the author of that book, he's a bishop, I guess. So he's an American bishop of the Episcopal Church. And he's written that and a couple other books, I guess. So, all right, guys. Well, I don't know if anyone.
I have another comment to make. So one of the things she discussed was the different levels of samadhi or absorption and these different realms. So it'd be nice to ask her about these 31 realms. How do they compare to the 7 heavens described in Islam, in the different heavens described in Christianity? Things like, I don't know if she said it's Sufism, but things like that. It'd be interesting to get her idea because these systems don't directly map. Their understandings of the Christian world are different, even the mystical Christian world. So their way they understand the same words is very different. In the Eastern tradition, the dharmic peoples, the way they use English, it means something very different than when Abrahamics use English.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, of course, because it's coming from two different worldviews and two different perspectives, and they're informed by two different traditions. So, of course, it's going to be different. But I mean, it's good to see somebody do some type of harmonization, or trying to harmonize the thought process that we all go through, because that's a human condition. That's a human condition. So if we harmonize the thought process of the human condition, we'll be at better peace and harmony with each other.
Right. Shaivite Jugnarth mentioned the Druid language is ancient Prakrit words. Right. That's true. So I think the ancient Europeans of 3,000 or 4,000 years ago had a lot in common with the East. And I think there's a lot in common with ancient Egyptian religion and ancient Egyptian culture in the East too.
Yeah.
Hey,
Because if you think about it, okay, I'm sorry. Go.
no. Well, I was just gonna ask, kind of ask Jen what she thought of that video of Thich Nhat that I sent her.
Oh, I played it. Yeah, that was a
Yeah.
great Dharma talk. Great, and I played another one too on and I posted a playlist. Their Plum Village has just been like shooting out so many videos the last couple of days.
Yeah.
And they've got some really great playlists. But I mean, his videos are like hours long lectures, you know. So, but there's just a world of information there.
Yeah. Well, I really like how he ends that one off, you know, because he ends it off by saying, as long as there's any fear in your heart, happiness cannot be true. It's not true happiness if there's fear there. So it's like, I really resonate with that part. That part really spoke to me. Like all of it did, of course, but the part where he says at the end, where there's as long as there's fear, there's no happiness. And so that's true. I think the Buddha was totally fearless. Like he was, when it came to,
He was able to overcome it.
yeah, he pretty much, he talks about fear. Like he would actually purposely go to places that were fearful to practice meditation to overcome it. And maybe I can find it, where he talks about how fear. Why is he afraid? He's like, why am I afraid? You know, why am I letting this fear take hold of me? Let me see if I can find it where he talks about it. Yeah, no, that's not it. Well, yeah. So he was fearless, I think.
Is it a sutta?
Yeah, I'm trying to find. It's in it's in the Pali Canon somewhere. Hold on a sec. I think I found it. Yeah, right here. It goes, I stayed in the sort of places that are awe-inspiring and make your hair stand on end, such as park shrines, forest shrines, and tree shrines. I don't know. Let's make your hair stand on a forest shrine. That language is so funny. And while I was staying there, a wild animal would come, or a bird would make a twig fall, or wind would rustle the fallen leaves. The thought would occur to me, is this fear and terror coming? Then the thought occurred to me, why do I just keep waiting for fear? What if I were to subdue fear and terror in whatever state they come? So when fear and terror came, while I was walking back and forth, I would not stand or sit or lie down. I would keep walking back and forth. So he's meditating. I would keep meditating until I'd subdued that fear and terror. When fear and terror came while I was standing, I would not walk or sit down or lie down. I would keep standing until I subdued that fear and terror. You know, and so he just keeps on going. You notice that the scriptures are always repetitive. They always repeat. I think there's something to that, though.
Yeah, it was for memorization. So, yeah, that when they structured them and compiled them, a lot of them are very repetitive, and he gave that on purposely so that it would be easy to. They're like stanzas, you know.
Right.
So,
Yeah. So I mean, I think
Of
the
comment that I thought was really good. It's like Despacito, right? Like millions of people around the world across, different languages, white people who don't know Spanish can sing Despacito, right? And that's like the way that these, recitation type things go, so the suttas are kind of like that. Like
yeah.
a lot of people who I don't speak Pali or even know how to read Pali, but I could get through uh, the Ratana Sutta, like half of it, some parts of the Dhammacakravada, the first one, the wheel turning monarch. Um, when they chant those in Pali, and it's crazy. Like some of the videos you could find, and they're like 10 minutes, and some of them are like 45 minutes for the same verse, but they've abridged a lot of them, so they cut out a lot of the repetition parts. And even some of the translators will use like 3 dots, and that means something's being repeated a lot.
Yeah.
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 But it's pretty hard to memorize like a 45-minute long, a sutta. It's like pages in Pali, so he did that on purpose.
Yeah. But I think ultimately at the end of the goal is fearlessness. Like I think that is an aspect of
Mm-hmm.
the goal is to be fearless.
Yeah. Yeah, I think once you experience like what it
Yeah.
really is,
Yeah.
then you could overcome it.
Well, have you ever actually been in that like a fearless state? Luckily, I have once or twice, like where I've experienced like it's like an immovability. It's like whatever happens, you can't be moved in a way. It's happened to me once or twice actually. Once when I was at Bodh Gaya, and another time when I was after practicing with a Zen teacher. She was like this really intense, like Dakini type, like female teacher. And yeah, it was interesting. After meditating with her, usually a lot of these things come, not for me at least, during it, like after meditation, like when I'm not really in a focused state, that's when like an insight will come or an experience will come. It's really, but yeah, I remember I was in such a good state, but I was like nothing that originally would I couldn't be phased. Like but I was still in a good state. I was in a wholesome state. I wasn't like indifferent, you know what I mean? So and I remember, okay, this is gonna sound weird. I have a brother who's schizophrenic. He suffers from schizophrenia. And he has some weird he's tapped into something, right? Like he can like he'll say things that you're thinking or he'll make these comments and like it's weird. He's got some type of psychic thing going on there. And I remember when I was in that state, I was at a family function, and he comes up to me, and he starts rubbing my arm for no reason. He just starts gently putting his hand on my shoulder, and I just kind of like slyly look at him from the side, and he's just like, it was really weird. It was really interesting. I don't know. Just thought I'd share that.
Well, maybe he's like, I don't know. They say a lot of monks can read minds.
Yeah, for sure.
Maybe he's on that frequency. Like,
yeah, he's on some frequency, that's for sure. But he suffers intensely. Like, I mean, he lives in an institution. Like, that's how bad it is. He can't live in. It's so bad. His schizophrenia. Yeah, it's really tough. Did you take off, Jen?
Your dream got cut off. Oh.
Yeah, I think she's.
I just removed
She's
myself
back
from
now.
the stream.
Yeah.
I hit the touch thingy, the square on my laptop, and it
Oh
like
yeah,
wiped me out.
I hate when that happens.
I
Be like,
don't use it. I can't use it. Like I'm dumb to it, and I have to have like a mouse that I can plug in. I can't. I hate that swipe thingy so much. I have an aversion to it.
yeah.
I should disable it so that can't happen.
Oh man, you can disable that? I didn't even know you could.
I'm sure there's got to be a way you could turn it off, right? I don't know. Maybe not. Who knows? But
Yeah.
well, yeah, man, great men, living legacy. So happy that I got to experience his teachings when he was alive and thriving, and I think he was definitely a really huge influence on my, you know, just decisions to take in the path. For sure.
Yeah, his Present Moment, Wonderful Moment book. It's simple yet elegant and beautiful. It's
Yeah,
a good
his
book.
biography of the Buddha's life was great too. Old Path, White Clouds.
Well,
Oh, like so great. Like bring you to tears, you know, in some places. I was like, oh, I know there's this one description of him and Rahula, and it was just so beautiful how he worded it. And I mean, I'm sure it's supposed to be as historically accurate as possible, but there is like, sorry, I just gotta open this thing of spinach. There is like storytelling in it, you know. So,
Mhm.
but it's just so beautiful, man. It's like the greatest. I don't know. It just was so inspiring to me. He did a great job with that, and I have. Is it art? Not Art of Power. Something of power. Uh, I
Yeah,
don't know.
I
The
know.
next thing I'm gonna read. But yeah, let me see.
Yeah, I think I know which one you're talking about. Something. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can find
Yeah,
it.
it is Art of Power. Yeah, it's Art of Power. That's
Yeah,
a book by him. You could, if you just Google that and put PDF out, I could send you the PDF. It came up really quick to find the PDF to download. I guess it's supposed to be kind of his tweak on the 48 Laws of Power. So I thought that was kind of cool. I want to read that. Definitely. Hello, Coach Erica. Nice to have you. Thank you for stopping by. We're just kind of getting ready to wrap up. Just giving some last thoughts, but yeah.
yeah. There's another. There's a video with Tish. I'm not pronouncing his name right, but there's with Tish and have you ever heard of a guy named David Suzuki?
I think so. Is that the no? Is that the white guy or the Shaolin guy?
No, he's a Japanese Canadian geneticist, but he's a really big into environmental issues. So he's an environmentalist, and his name's David Suzuki. He's really he's got to be like in his 90s now. But there's a video. It's like I'm not trying to like cast any sort of like negativities on him, but there's a video where you can actually see the benefits of meditation practice in their dialogue because they're talking about the possibility of life on Earth dying because of human activity, right? Like environmental collapse and the destruction of civilization and David Suzuki, you can tell he's really distraught and he's kind of in despair, which is totally normal and natural. But in Tish, you can see how the practice is really rooted, right? So he's not in despair and he's not anxious and he's still there, present, mindful, and he's talking about this. He's talking about death, pretty much. And it's just I from that video, I could see the benefits of practice. Not to say that, oh, look at David Suzuki doesn't have any practice or anything like that, but But if yeah, I'm gonna see if I can find it. Where,
Yeah, I saw him. He kind of looks like he reminds me of someone. Like, I can't tell. No, I'll have to check it out.
yeah, it's on YouTube. You just put Thich Nhat in conversation with David Suzuki, and yeah, they're having a conversation about the end of extinction. Basically, I mean, like,
Wow.
we're all gonna go extinct one day. Might as well. But I like David Suzuki. He made this really good comment one time. It's like we're all in a car right now, careening, like that's just going at 100 miles an hour towards a wall, and we're all arguing for a seat. That's like
Sounds
And
about
hey! I just want to say what's up to Coach Love. I sent you a link, Coach Love, on Discord. Come for 1 second. Come for 1 second. And say hi. Come for 1 second. And talk about the greens power and all this stuff. Yeah. So come. I sent you the message on Discord. I sent you the link.
Yeah, I haven't read the book. I just downloaded it, so I have the PDF, and I haven't read it yet, so I can't really do much discussion on it. But it's definitely in my read queue, which is getting longer by the day.
No. What is she talking about? She said his loss versus the laws of power. I don't get it. It said it would be great to compare his loss of power. Who's she talking about?
Maybe she meant laws, because it's laws, LAWS. Maybe it's a
Okay, so who made the laws of power? The monk? He made one?
yeah, Thich Nhat Hanh. He wrote a book, and it's called The Art of Power.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Hey, Coach Love. Hey, come on, Coach Love, and explain a little bit to us of what you think about that. Come on, Coach Love. I sent you the message. I sent you the link on Discord for the link.
Has she read it?
Because I don't know about that. And that's good.
I
She
think
probably
she's-
has. She reads a lot. She's really smart. And Coach Love, that's what we do a lot of times. Like one of the main things we did was I know I sent you the book reading we did of the Buddhism and Islam comparison. So that's kind of stuff we do anyway. We do this type of those type of stuff anyway. So I mean, it could come teach us a little bit, Coach Love. Come teach us, give us a little of your Coach Love magic.
I'm trying to see if I could get like a description or a rundown for the book. Oh, actually, here's the. Let me copy it. I could copy the link for it. What's
What, the link for the whole book, the whole PDF?
Yeah, it should work. It worked for me, I think.
Hey, put on Discord. Put on the Discord with me, you, and NN. Put that on there, at least on that. So I could. So it's from the monk, right? So this is his PDF, the monks.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's wrote over 100 books. He's wrote a world of books.
Who wrote over 100 books?
Thich Nhat Hanh.
Are you serious? Wow.
Yeah. Let me see. Let me see if I can share the screen. Yeah, so here's some of it says like originally published. So Zen Keys, Miracle. I'm not going to read them all, but you could see on the screen Bring Peace. So this was the one that I've read. Old Path, White Clouds, highly recommended. Present Moment, Wonderful Moment, Pieces Every Step, Touching Peace. So like so many. And this is like his signature kind of the circle with the sayings inside his calligraphy. That's kind of like his signature kind of logo. So this was the one that Oprah said she doesn't take away from her bedside. Living Buddha, living Christ. Just going home, just so many. Understanding our mind, anger, no death, no fear, the energy of prayer. Oh, I heard this was a great one, Taming the Tiger Within. Books on eating, how to eat, happiness, art of power. Yes, this is the one that I want to read. So let's see, summary. Power is good for one thing only, to increase our happiness and the happiness of others. Being peaceful and happy is the most important thing in our lives, and yet most of the time we suffer. We run after our cravings, we look to the past or the future for our happiness. So turning our conventional understanding of power on its head. World-renowned Zen master, spiritual leader, and national best-selling author Thich Nhat reveals how true power comes from within. What we seek, we already have, whether we want it or not. Power remains one of the essential issues in all of our lives. Every day, each of us exercises power in many ways, and our every act subtly affects the world we live in. The struggle for control and authority permeates every aspect of our private lives and public lives, preventing us from attaining true happiness. The me first mentality in our culture seeps unnoticed into our decisions and choices. Our bottom line approach to getting ahead may be most visible in the business world, but the stress, fear, and anxiety it causes are being felt by people in all walks of life. So yeah, that's gonna be the next one. I'll do like a little review video whenever I finish it. But yeah, hundreds of books, man. This guy is well accomplished. Oh, welcome, Coach Love. Are you there?
Yes, I am. Hello, hello.
Welcome. How are
How
you?
you doing? How you doing?
Fine. How's everyone?
Doing
You're
well.
doing great.
Doing good. Thank you so much for joining.
My pleasure. I'm not going to stay long. I just wanted to come up and say hello and maybe express what my intention was. I think it would be really awesome to compare the two outlooks and the two perspectives. Um, I find Green's perspective kind of conniving, to be very honest. Um, but it is interesting because I always go back and take a look at his laws of power, and it does give me understanding of where I might be going wrong in a relationship. And one of the ones um, I used to do wrong a lot, and sometimes do still, is never outshine the master. Only because I can have a smiley kind of outgoing personality, and sometimes people can view that as threatening when it's really me just being friendly. And so I have to remember not to be so, I don't know, warm and pull back on my connectivity. So that's something I struggle with.
Hmm. Okay, so who is the author that you're
Robert Greene, Robert Greene, only because I just think it's just a little bit manipulative, and it's really a book about
Oh, was it the 48 Laws of Power?
yeah. So
I
not
thought
your
that was
book,
by
not.
Sun Tzu.
I'm sorry.
I thought that was by Sun Tzu.
No, 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 no. It's not.
Oh. What as soon as you?
The Art of War. You talking about the Art of War?
Oh, never mind. You're right.
That's
I'm
a whole
sorry.
different book.
Let me stop. Okay. My bad.
Well, anyway, you guys were starting to go down that road of making a comparison. I said, oh my, I was thinking, oh my God, that would be really, really great because I would love to see how someone pursue the laws of power who had a mindset of peace and camaraderie versus a mindset of control. And, and so I don't know that power itself is manipulative. I just think that the way someone can use it can be manipulative.
Hey, Jen, we got a project on our hands. We got a project on our hands.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, that's going to be great. Because I've heard a lot of people speak about this book, this 48 Laws of Power, and even some of like people from the red pill kind of set or whatever. I've heard people reference it, from various different kind of sets. And yeah, definitely would be interesting. I'm all about it. Like I need to get reading.
It would be great to hear what some of the other panelists have to say about the idea.
Anyone going once?
So are you comparing him? Who are you comparing him to? His 48 Rules to? Just to himself?
No, 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 no,
Not to
no.
the.
Go ahead.
No. I'm sorry. No, I was. No. I'm sorry. Go.
So Anand, Thich Nhat Hanh has wrote a book called The Art of Power, and Coach Love is suggesting that we could do a comparative series with Thich Nhat Hanh's Art of Power and Robert Greene's 48 Laws of Power. So what she was saying was it would probably be contrasting, with somebody using power for gain or somebody using power for peace. So it is definitely, that's a great idea, and I'm all over it.
Sure. The Buddha, that's one of the four paths. It's the path of yogacara, right? But I think the Eastern definition of power is a bit different. The power the flower of power already flows through us. We just unlock the power inside ourselves.
Well,
And I
yes.
think there's a okay. I don't know who this person does. Is he coming from a Marxian framework or is he coming from a classical liberal framework? Maybe Coach Love can answer.
I feel as if he is coming from a capitalist framework in that, or maybe even autocratic.
Mercantilist, or a Machiavellian, like a Machiavellian.
Well, yeah, I would definitely say Machiavellian, and I would also say autocratic. So Machiavellian and autocratic, I believe that's where he tends to bend because his goal is control at all costs, from my perspective, or almost at any cost.
Yeah. So why is control associated with power?
I don't have a prepared answer for that per se, but I would say that control is something that you might place on someone else as well as yourself, and power, I would say something that comes from in. So when you try to, I would just say it this way: Green tries to um, control others and the circumstances and the situation based off of manipulating others. So that's what I picked up on from his book.
Okay, so I would then give a different definition of power. The definition of, let's say, Magic Johnson or
Hmm.
LeBron James. by empowering and facilitating the power of their teammates, they rose.
Right.
So is that what he says, that we have to empower others? We have to that multiplies the power that multiplies power. When we empower others, it multiplies power. Is that
Right,
what
but
you're talking about?
that's not what he's saying at all in Green's book. Basically, Green looks at almost any given situation and tries to help a person navigate the situation through manipulation.
Yeah, that's like, I would say that's not wholesome. Manipulating other people and trying to get them to do your bidding. Is that?
Exactly. That's my perspective. That's my
So,
perspective on it, and so that's why I was saying that
I
it
mean,
would be a great comparison, because it's not that power in itself is bad. It's just how
yeah.
it's being taught
Well,
and the
see,
place that it comes from.
I
so
think
Coach,
psychopaths, for example, are master manipulators, sociopaths. They know how to manipulate people. You know, they know how people tick. They'll put on a face of phony pretense. I mean, what is and he's saying master the art of manipulating other people so that your ego can be satisfied. I mean, that to me just strikes me as immoral.
Well, I would have to say there are some areas in this book that fall under that category. Quite honestly.
so this I'm going to say
Yeah,
what I
yeah.
understand in business school.
No,
I
wait. No. And it's not like he's not coming from those. It's basically a book about. I haven't read it. I've read parts of it because I had because everybody's read that book. I mean, everybody has it. Like not everybody read it, but a lot of people have it. So I've seen it. I've skimmed through it before, and it's more like it's just more about the acquisition of control and resources in yourself and being able to manipulate somebody. Not there's no spiritual connection to the Green's work.
Okay,
It's
well,
purely
I'm
like
just going to say that my understanding of business, there are two ways to do it. One is that method, but then you'll only be like a moderate fish. You'll never be a big fish. To be a really successful company, to be a very rich person, you have to empower others. That's the way up. Because if you empower others, then others will want to do business with you. Others will want to be your customers and suppliers and employees and be in your ecosystem, right?
yeah.
Unless others feel they're benefiting from being with you, you we cannot rise. We cannot become very successful in our life. We can become moderately successful at best.
Well, I'm
um,
with.
I'm gonna say one more thing real quick. It's so bad, right? As a matter of fact, this guy named Pimpin' Ken, right? He's a pimp. He actually made the follow-up book to the 48 Laws of Power, say the 40 Laws of the Game, where he basically takes all the 48 Laws of Power and turns them and contrasts them to the game of pimping. So that's the type of mentality the 48 laws of power is.
correct.
If a pimp could adapt the whole thing to talk about pimping, that you understand. So that is more about manipulation and power. I mean, it's not power. It's basically it should just be called the 40 laws of manipulation than power. It's not like internal power or sovereignty or agency over yourself. That's not what he's speaking about. He's speaking about to manipulate other people to have an advantage. But don't get me wrong, this type of stuff is still good to learn because it's all warfare. And a lot of times, it's like these things are good to learn to know how not to get manipulated by other people who want to take advantage of you more than it's to learn the manipulation techniques themselves. Thank you.
I agree with you very much, Palu. And my challenge to what Anne said was that if that were true, we would not have had a Stalin, Mussolini, or Hitler. Very bad people who do very bad things, who use manipulation and power in this way, do rise. And I think that it does as well to have an understanding of it, but to also guard our heart away from it. And I think that just a short comparison, maybe just look at a few rules, because I could tell you this could be a series that could last a year or more if you did the entire book.
Maybe
Hey, we've done that before. We've done it before. Actually, yeah,
Yeah.
we done things like that before.
I think I don't know this. is this not really a Buddhist? Is this like, how does this relate to Thich teaching though?
He's the art of war. He made the book, not art of war. I'm sorry, the art of power. So we're comparing the art of power, his book, against against the laws of
Right,
power.
it's just right. So we're just saying like the different motives. So I'm just kind of I'll read just a couple sentences from The Art of Power by Tay. So it says, or he says, and that all the power you possess, no matter how great, is useless if it does not bring you joy and does not bring peace and happiness to those you love. He asked us how we can make the claim to be powerful when we're not free from the oppression of our own anger or the scourge of our own fear. He challenges us to realize that genuine power comes only with a clear mind and a calm heart, and that when we're not in control of our own thoughts, we're actually quite powerless, nothing more than slaves to our fears, emotions, and cravings. And when this happens, it is not we who possess power, it's power that possess us. And states boldly that every person is born with the capacity to be free of fear, delusion, and tyranny, whether external, just as important internal. So he's talking about so this is a foreword from the book written by a guy named Pratam Singh, and he's kind of describing it. So it's kind of this is I think it would be really good. So he's talking about oppression from the state, and how to be. He says the surest way to deal with the age-old problem of corrosive nature of state power is to create a society of insightful and healthy minds. A citizen a citizenry that is strong, happy, and free, especially free from the fear of not having power and the fear of losing power.
Yeah.
I would just like to say,
Yep, that's beautiful.
yes, it was. I would just like to say, if we followed those instructions, a lot of the isms would disappear. Or at least there would be such a low level of the isms in society that we would be happy, whole, and healthy.
Yeah.
So, Coach Lev, I wish to respond to what you said earlier. If you look at the Soviet Union under Stalin, the Soviet Union didn't do well. It was imploding when Stalin had died, right? It's just that it was hidden from the rest of the world how bad things had fallen apart. Italy, too, things were internally falling apart, meaning they're economically falling apart. So both of their attempts failed, right? I mean, Stalin may have killed 25 million people and all that,
But it's still dangerous.
Starving, right? There was an implosion in technology. There was an implosion in STEM and stuff like that. Things were falling apart. Well, same with Mussolini. So I don't think those examples worked.
No, I want to tell you something real quick. I just want to tell you real simple. It's like this, and that's the problem. That's the problem with it. The problem is that these things will happen because people can manipulate the way to. It might not be. They might not really be successful, but they can manipulate people into feeling that they're taking them on a path of success and really taking them on a path of destruction. That is why these things need to be understood and detected. So that actually proves the point even more because of the nature of manipulation, power, and how it works. People need to be able to insulate themselves. And the reading that Janice wrote about the from the monk, the art, it shows the opposite way of being. So I think so it's still relevant. Anyway, thank you.
Well, I think what Mr. Pellu was saying here, the manipulation. I think manipulation has to do with how people relate to one another, right? I mean, you're manipulating somebody that you're in a relationship with. Well, we're all in relationship. Everyone is all the time. It's all that interbeing, right? That is relationship. And I think from what I'm hearing from you guys talking about, I'll just like to read this. He's one of my favorite all-time Dharmic teachers. His name's Stefan Levine, and he says this: our relationships are usually run like businesses. I'll give you two, you give me two. But if you give me only one, if you only give me one, I'm going to take my bat and ball and go home. I won't play anymore. So there's this kind of totaling of accounts between people that's always going on. It's real easy to think that finishing business is you forgive me, I forgive you, but I'm not going to forgive you until you forgive me. So there's like, that's how people are relating, right? But then this is the best part where he says, so when we, okay, so he's a spiritual teacher, and he says, when we started to see that many people started to see that the end of business was no longer relationships as business. When I take you into my heart, our business is done. If you don't take me into your heart, that's your pain, and I feel that, but it doesn't really affect my business. So, you know what? I don't know if I made any sense here. I probably didn't articulate it very well, but most relationships are run like businesses. You give me this, I give you this, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. If you don't scratch my back, I'm not going to scratch yours. So, but if you just take somebody into your heart as they are completely, 100%, and try not to manipulate them, that I think is love, and that is a correct relationship. Oh, sorry, I'm being loud. Sorry. Does any,
So I do want to address what you said, Johnny, but I want to connect with Annan on his point. Perhaps we agree with one another, but we're coming at it from from different angles. You're saying because there was such a great failure, then there was not power. Is that what I'm hearing, or no?
Yes, his
Okay.
power was shrinking towards the end of his life. Same with
I,
Mussolini. Mussolini, it's more obvious. Things were literally falling apart. Things weren't working.
I see. And so what I am saying is yes, everything was falling apart, and they rose to great power with these tactics in order to create such havoc. So I think we agree, but maybe our wording is just very different. Because I think being able to rise to that great level and dismantle things, and you come from such a toxic place, I think is very, very dangerous, and we need to have mechanisms in place that help guard our society against that. And I think that I forgot the name of the book that Jen said, but I think her book would help insulate society by creating happy, healthy, whole human beings, by knowing what true power really is, and not ruling from a place of
Hold on, Johnny
insecurity.
John. Hold on, Johnny John. Yeah,
Um,
yeah, yeah. Exactly, exactly.
because Green's book teaches you how to rule from a place of insecurity, and Jen's book teaches you how to rule from a place from internal power. And so that's what attracts me to the idea of knowing what is and is not productive.
So I have a question, Coach Love. I don't know who likes sports. I know basketball. Has there ever been an example of someone winning a ring with this? What is his name?
It's Green,
The
Robert Green.
monks.
Robert
Okay.
Green strategy. Has anyone ever won a ring, won a championship, NBA championship? Because there's many who, in fact, most of them win it the other way by doing what Nhat Hanh said, something more similar to that.
Right.
Has anyone ever actually achieved anything big? Is what I'm asking. Like in sports, for example.
Yeah. Because sports, but we can't. But sports is a one realm. I know you could compare it to that thing, but I don't think that's the best comparison because sports is so controlled. You on the field, it's team camaraderie. It's not like the sports player controls all aspects of the team because you have the coach, you have the staff, you have the owner. It's many different
Exactly.
aspects to it, and it's
So,
not
but for a
all on
team
the
to
on the.
succeed, yeah, a team cannot succeed that way, is what you're saying. Only an individual might be able to achieve some partial success for a while before everything falls
Right.
apart.
So yes, it is success. Green's model will give you success at the expense of all others. And I I think that is
Yeah.
wrong. I do
Well, see,
not like
it's
that.
like being a bigger part of a tiny pond versus a smaller part of a giant ocean, right? generally, like in business school, in any MBA class you take, you'd rather be a smaller part of a giant ocean than a big part of a tiny little pond.
Hmm.
That's one of the core aspects of business. That's how people make money in business, right?
Yeah, but Anna, it's not really like that. It's a false compare. Because Anna, it's like this. It's like this. It's like you could be successful doing the manipulative thing. Okay, okay. Put it like this. It's like it's like you be successful, but at what cost to other people and what cost to yourself, and what is success? See, we have to start understand. Because see, in doing a discussion like this, we'd have to actually define what everything is. What is power? What is success? What is this? What is that? Because you could have totally different metrics, and you might say, okay, I'm famous, I'm this, and I've accumulated amount of money, but what are you without the man of time? Is that money become your whole protection, or this and the third? Because I mean, you could be manipulated all you want, but you could put yourself on a castle, like on an ivory castle by yourself, and you could build a house of cards. So it's a very delicate discussion, but it's good to have it because no matter what, these things interplay with us all the time. And I know hey, what you're saying, NM, but unfortunately, it doesn't. I mean, unfortunately, nefarious actors and wrong faith actors are able to do a lot of damage, and also and mainly because we don't correct these things in ourselves because we have a lot of nefarious acting that we do and a lot of bad faith that we do as people. And if we study these things, detect it, we could first expunge it from our own characteristics and hopefully expunge it from society. Thank you.
Well, I think Eckhart Tolle will sum it up nicely. He says, "Those who have not found their true wealth, which is radiant joy and the deep, unshakable peace that comes with it, are beggars, even if they have great material wealth." So, I mean, if you're not inwardly working on your own awakening, you're a beggar, even if you have $1 million, in my opinion, and Eckhart's.
I definitely like that idea. And I think all of this is worth pursuing more. Johnny, I wanted to say I did get your point, and it was appreciated. On the previous thing that you said before I was talking to Annan.
No, I think he's gone now. I don't know. But what was the point again? Like, what was the point Johnny was trying to make?
Johnny's
Since
on
he's,
mute. Yeah.
hey, Johnny, you're mute if you're talking.
He's on mute. He can't. He probably doesn't know. Johnny, can you unmute yourself? What was Johnny? I remember that. I liked what Johnny said. He quoted somebody, a Buddhist teacher.
I have to be honest and say I can't. Oh, there's echoing. But long story short, I don't remember enough of exactly what he said, but I did want to acknowledge him. So that's why I complimented him, just because I really agreed with him.
Okay, okay. Unpopular. Have you been listening in? Unpopular. You have anything to add?
Big up unpopular.
Big up Jen. How you doing? How everybody doing? I really don't know. I haven't been. I was kind of busy doing something. I kind of caught this. I was like, hey, let me come through. And I think I came through kind of late, but I'm trying to figure out where we at with it so I can have some input. You know.
We talk about power. We talking about power as opposed to internal power in terms of self mastery and autonomy and self improvement. As opposed to learning the skills of manipulation. So speak about that. What is power
Oh,
to you?
that's deep. That's deep. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's deep because how I see it is kind of like, with me, I got this wacky way of how I look at things, and it's just like how I see people at the bottom, like most of us normal, regular people. I feel like we have to work on self-mastery. Like that's like our main thing. Like we don't, I mean, I'm not saying that we can't figure out ways to get to like, and I know you just talking about like the manipulative part of it, but like there's kind of like this unknown, there's like this unknown information to what we are speaking on. Like when you look at like people that's in power, and then when you look at people that's trying to have their own power and freedom, like when you really pay attention to it, it's like some shit out of comic book or some shit. Like it's like a multiverse or some shit. Like because when you really look at these people that have like these billions and millions of dollars, like and you like sometimes, in my opinion, it don't make a lot of sense. Like I feel like they just be having like, yeah, they had a plan, yeah, they put it together to have the money and whatnot, but it's just like it doesn't to me, it just doesn't seem like real to me. Like for somebody to be so, I don't know, be so rich and successful off of just regular regular schemes or regular ideas, like because it's just like everybody can't be like the CEO of like a corporation or something. So like it just makes me feel like when we talk about self mastery and stuff, it's just like for people like us, that's very important. Like gathering information, having your own thoughts, growing in spirituality. Like one of my main things is I don't judge. Like I feel like people should have the right to think and feel however they want to feel, as long as it's not, necessarily hurting nobody. I'm not saying just be an idiot. I'm saying have some, have some texture to your thoughts and the information that you hold. But like it's just like, man, yeah, like the manipulative side. And Payla, what did you mean by like, did you mean like people in power? Like when you say manipulative, like, or like, are you just talking about people being manipulated? What you meant by that?
Yeah, because we were talking about power in general, right? And then Coach Love brought a great idea. 'Cause, he know me and Jay, we like doing our academic, our book reviews and stuff like that, right? So she's saying because what happened was recently a very prominent figure in Buddhism died, right? And he actually wrote a book called The Art of Power, and he was talking about more about people had taken power over their own lives and their own equanimity and their own self mastery and developing themselves to have a better society for all of us living. Now, she was juxtaposing his ideas to the ideas of Green, the author of the 48 Laws of Power. It was a famous book that came out. I remember when everybody had it, and it was about taking control. It was very Machiavellianish. It was like it was like the early 2000s version of the New Prince. You know what I'm saying? The Prince by Machiavelli was like, it was like a book that, it was the hot book that everybody had, and it was like, oh, okay, we let's learn to get power because let's find different ways of just power. I mean, don't get me wrong. I read the points. I never sat and read the whole book, but I've skimmed through it. Everybody had it those days. I skimmed through it. I never actually sat and read, like, really said that. I remember knowing the points at one point, she was asking, she was saying that would be that would be really interesting, and she just brought it up. So now we're just talking about power in general, between what are different types of power. Because look, I could say I'm powerful, right? Because I could say I control my emotions. I could say, even though I still have trouble doing that, I could say I have internal peace, or this, that, and the third, right? But then we have another set of powers being able to control. Like, for example, you could say right now, the president of America has power, but like, what is really his power, or what is that? Or so we just do an examination of power, an examination of tools and methods of power. One method of power was the method of self discovery and self mastery, as composed to power as in supposed, quote, mastery over other people, or sway over other people, or sway is the better word. So is about getting your sway, and what would you do to get sway? What would you do to get sway? Would you manipulate? Would you cheat? Would you lie? Would you do this? So with this comparing power in all the senses that we generally use power, and we do an analysis on that.
Right. Yeah. All right. Well, okay. Now that I get more of what you're saying, I guess I can say, well, for me, I feel like, this probably a lot of people probably feel like this too, but I feel like sometimes we can be our own oppressors, if that makes sense. We can be our own oppressors, and you know, it's kind of like when you're trying to, like I feel like nowadays more than ever, people are trying to grasp on to new information and educate themselves, and form new ways to express themselves through the information that they gain. And it's kind of hard to learn how to, like, you know pour out yourself, pour out what you have gained, especially in like this new way of how we communicate online in these open forums and stuff. And people are trying to learn how to pour themselves into other people, like how to fill somebody's cup up the right way without spilling it on the counter or spilling it over or making a mess. And it's kind of like a stream of consciousness, like when it comes to just like sharing information. And I feel like within that, there's a power to that. You know, there's a power to how we share information, because as as people living in the country that we live in, we can't depend on the media for everything. I mean, we could take what the media gives us and we can dissect it, because honestly it's meant to be dissected. But I mean, you got to really slice it up real good, because I mean, a lot of the times it deserves to be sliced up, because it's given to you in such a bulky, stocky format. So, you know, I feel like for people like us who are seeking out information, and knowledge, I feel like I feel like information has power over us. For us while we're on our journeys, on our journeys of intellect, and because the information itself is it is very what's the word I'm looking for? It has so much depth to it. And I feel like a lot of the times, in my case, like, um, when I'm looking at information and stuff, and I'm trying to, that's why I have to do one thing at a time. Um, I don't like to be all over the place. Like, I might watch one video and I might be really soaking it in. Like, because sometimes, like, when you're gaining information from anything, you could be gaining information from anything. You really have to soak it up and try to understand it. And then once you soak it up and understand it, then you can connect it to other things. Because what you could do with one piece of information, far as like sharing it, if you can understand it just at a small level, that could where you can stretch it out and explain it to somebody, and teach somebody something that they didn't know in like an intricate way. Um, I feel like that's what it's all about. Like, you know, that's what the that's really what the internet is becoming for the intellectuals. You know what I'm saying? And I'll say intellectuals because I feel like there's no other word. The information seekers. So um and I mean, I didn't know. My plan was to I know I'm late and I wanted to catch this. I really did, but I had got caught up in watching all these videos, and
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
and I got caught up in watching all these videos, and I was just tripping off, like, I was just tripping off the fact look at like how we are consumers. Like look, this is one thing that trips me out. Like you want to talk about power. Like I don't think people realize how much works go into just like nowadays, like modern day 2020, like how much like business and work goes into just like making one single thing. Like we make it seem like, and then it's like we're pumping this stuff out constantly, like in bulk and mass. And it's almost like sometimes I feel like we're living in this whole new like industrialized production system that's just like, I'm not gonna say it's beyond our comprehension, but I feel like if you don't work in that industry, or unless you know somebody that works in that industry, like how could you really know the back end of what's going on with like the production line of things? You know what I'm saying? Because like sometimes like in America, like we have to separate ourselves, and sometimes we have to look at ourselves like, damn, I'm a consumer. Like, yeah, I go to work, but what kind of American am I? Because you got people talk about, oh, I'm a Democrat, I'm a Republican. Like, I always thought that was like, like politics control people. Politics have power over people. Like people saying, oh, I'm a Republican, I'm a Democrat, but it's just like, okay, I understand you have the right to vote, but you're voting for representation. You're voting for a party. Like they are the ones that go to school.
Hey, unpopular. Let me
Yeah,
ask you this then. So, what do you think that identity has to do with power? Now you talk about politics and getting a representative. Where does identity and power come together, intersect for you? Identity and power.
identity and power. Um, damn, that's a good one. Identity and power. Um, like like I was just saying, like it has to do with like your productivity. Like it's almost like you're a machine. So like you have to identify, who you are and what you are first, so you can first, you know let's see, so you can measure how much power that you do have. But honestly, when you really think about it, power is a tricky word when you really think about it, because power just get looks at as like, okay, I got power, but people just say it, power, power, power. But then you have to really, like, that's why we having this conversation, like, what is power? And when you think about it, that's a deep question, because it's just like power is kind of like, that shit is almost like of another nature. Like for something to have control over you, it's kind of like that shit is almost ordained. Like something has power over you, it's like it was meant to have power over you. It's not like anything that has power, it was put into place to be that exact thing. In no other light could it not be not powerful. So when you look at things like power is set in stone. So it's almost like trying to identify what power actually is. And
Okay,
it's
then let me ask you
really,
this then. Hmm? Okay, go, Chris Love. Go, Chris Love.
I would say, I'm sure there is an expansive definition, but I would assert to definitely add um, power is influence that results in a tangible outcome. And of course, that could be adjusted and added to. So that's one thing I wanted to say. The next thing I wanted to say is I remembered what it is that I liked about what Johnny said, and it was the idea of comparing um, power in relationships to the business dynamic, and I take one and you take one, versus the idea is that I've made a decision to love you, and regardless of your behavior, I am still going to allow you into my heart. And he was saying that is true love. That made me think of this gentleman by the name of Dan Price, and he made a actual decision to pay all of his employees, not some, everybody, no less than $70,000 per year. So that meant the cleaning lady was making no less than $70,000 per year, and because of that, actual families were created. And he took a pay cut himself, to the point where he couldn't even afford the car that he wanted. Um, Fast forward down the line, his business actually grew, and his employees ended up paying for the car he wanted. So I mean, that is very lovely, and I wish all companies operated that way so that you could give people a living wage. But quite honestly, he received some kickback from employees who didn't feel comfortable making the same salary as the cleaning lady. So there's some competition and juxtaposition of that, in that, but I thought I would bring that up.
Right. Uh, I guess.
I mean, that's powerful. That's really powerful. But um, it shows. I mean, now Now that was power, but it shows different the components of power because it's like he made this, so he got loyalty, right? He got loyalty, so that could either be seen as a power move too, or could be seen as a care move. So in that juxtaposition, but and the good thing that you brought that up because now because you're showing the levels of emotions or feelings that are in everybody because you said even some of his employees got upset because they didn't want to get paid the same as the clean lady. So it shows that right there shows the dynamics of power because it shows how much people look at each other inside a hierarchy no matter who you are. I mean of course there's some people who have developed the sensibility to look past hierarchies, but that shows the nefariousness of what manipulation could do because as long as people look at each other in hierarchies, you have that dilemma that comes on. So how is hierarchy tied to our actualization of power both internally and externally? How is hierarchies attached to that?
Hmm. I think those are very good questions. I would be interested in definitely watching your podcast as it develops through this um, power comparison, and then participating where it was, I don't know, where I fit in and where I was able to. I love this conversation, and I'm thankful for you guys exploring this idea.
Okay.
Right.
Unpopular. You have any ideas about what I was saying about the hierarchies?
Yeah. That's crazy that you say that because I'm starting to believe that, man. Like it's just certain things that just fit into the puzzle. Like, and it's just okay. I'm gonna go ahead and open up the box. Like when you look at things like, let's say, white supremacy or whatever you want to call it, and when you look at how that term could stem back to back in the day, going up to now and whatnot. It's just like I feel like when you look at the historic value to that, and when you look at race and whatnot, and the way that we're talking about hierarchy, like when you connect these things, like could could that be the reason why we have racial tension, or why we have modern day racism or modern day discrimination amongst people because of hierarchy and because of like the productive value of people, where it's kind of like we work hard. People sacrifice themselves. People sacrifice their time to reach the level they want to reach. People want to be successful. Some people do everything they can. They reach the point that they reach. They say, "This is enough. This is as far as I can get. This is as far as I'm gonna go." But I didn't quit. I didn't give up. I did everything that I could, and this was the highest level that I could reach. And I feel like a lot of people do that. They have children. They be mothers. They take care of their kids. They get in relationships. They do pay their bills. And I feel like in society, this is what separates, however you want these people from those people. And I feel like most of the time, people are at the point where I respect kind people though. You can't take things away from kind people. And but I feel like there's a part of America that, they're and I've ran into people like this. They're going to judge you based on what how high your pocketbook go. And it's because, people look at it like, YOLO, you got one life to live. You're supposed to be trying to achieve your maximum greatness. And this is why people look at time as as a real big element. And, don't waste your time. Life is short. And there are so many people out there that express themselves just through the way that they live. You know what I'm saying? And I feel um like back to the identity part, like how do we identify, like what is it that drives you, like, you know what I'm saying? Because like I look at people that have kids, like I don't have children, so I think about people that do have children. Now I can only imagine the people that have children. I know one thing about them for sure. They probably, it depends though, but it's like I know for sure they would be like, man, I don't know. And then that is a touchy situation. So I'm gonna leave that alone because people that have children, I know they don't want nobody trying to abuse their kids or anything like that. Not like just far as like anybody like harming their children, something like they want their children to be the best that they can be. And it's just like, man, it's just like when it comes to the identity and the hierarchies of society, like, man, like back to what I was saying at first, it's just like you think about these people that's just like millionaires and billionaires, you be like, how the hell did you do it? Like, I understand that you probably did a simple thing to do this and do that, probably started a company, but it's just like the money that you making is crazy. Like, people dream about making money like that. Like, people don't even dream about it. People just, we talk about it. We be like, what the hell? Like, we out here.
That comes down to greed.
We out here struggling, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I think most of that like collection of money and acquiring, all these things, it comes down to greed. You know what I'm saying? Because like you think about it, you do hear certain stories about like millionaires, and was it Jeff Bezos' wife, when she got divorced, she said like she's gonna donate all her millions before she dies. Like that's rare, right? Like people mostly just want to accumulate as much wealth as they can and then die.
Hey, Jen, let me. I'm sorry. I just want to add what you're saying there. You say greed, but that's why I went to hierarchy, because how much you think status plays into it? Because you might say that, but as a man, and I'm popular probably because second it, status is really important, right? And I know for women it might not be as much. Maybe it might be. I don't know. But how much you think is really just we have a culture, or and not as we, everybody in humanity has some type of culture that has status, right? There's status. So you're trying to get your status up. So it might not necessarily be greed. It may be. I mean, well, you might still call it greed. You might just don't want to lose your status. Once you gain a certain amount of status, would you want to just give up the status that you gain? Even me, it's hard for. That's why it's hard for people to make apologies a lot of times, because they don't. These things. Oh, if I make an apology, I lose status, or if I look small, or this, that, and the third. So I still want to go back to hierarchies and status, because I think that's something we're losing, and that's tied to identities more than anything, because that's your self-reflection. Your identity is how high you are. That's self-esteem. Even self-esteem is a status, because you have to feel good about yourself. So how do we properly relegate or manipulate ourselves or train ourselves for our natural impulses to work for the betterment of our holistic health and the health of our fellow man in light of everything that we're talking about. Thank you.
Um, Jen, there's a word in Sanskrit called vibhuti. Have you heard of Patanjali's Yoga Sutras?
What book is it in?
Patanjali's Yoga Sutras. You must have heard of it. It's similar to Yogacara, which Buddha did.
Hmm.
So this, when we are on the spiritual path, especially when we are on the path of meditation or yoga, wealth automatically manifests around us. It cannot be helped most of the time, and wealth comes in many forms: incredible intelligences, siddhis, physical health, mental health, right? And material wealth and spiritual wealth, right? All sorts of wealth, psychological wealth comes. So that's just a spontaneous manifestation, whether you want it or not, right? But that's not the thing that's really important. The thing that, even for people who have wealth, that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that which is generating the wealth, right? It's their flow, their zone.
I hear what you're saying, but I think this is probably why the Buddha forbid monks from touching money.
I
Like he
get it.
didn't like true ordained monks are not supposed to touch money. You can't
I
exchange
got that.
money.
I understand
You
that.
know,
I understand that.
so it's like there's this desire for status and desire for wealth that ultimately is the downfall of humanity. You know what I'm saying?
Right. But monks
Well,
take a vow to separate from society, right? They take, it's different from monks. For
well
householders, it's different. Go ahead.
how
Right,
how
right, right. I'm saying there's a strategic reason why he associated money with attachment.
Well, so I'm going to put it to you this way, Jen. Um, Steph Curry and LeBron James and other people, they're not interested in the money directly. They're interested in something else. But as a process of doing the other thing, the money generates. And so it is with people with money. That's an important point to remember. It's not that they're seeking the money per se. After a point, they don't seek the money, right? It just manifests for them. And there's a line in the Bible, I can't remember the exact verse. Maybe Coach Love remembers. To whom there is, for whom there is a lot, more is given, right? Or something like that, right?
To
Those who
whom
have,
much is given, much is required.
well, yeah, but there's another quote that those who have a lot get a lot,
Huh.
right?
Okay.
Something like that happened. That's part of the way the world works. But again, I would say that's just inevitable. It's like it's inevitable. It's like if somebody is Steve Jobs, right? No matter what they do, immense wealth will follow them. Or Elon Musk, maybe not as much as he chose to get, right? He's the richest man in the world, but he would have been incredibly wealthy no matter what he did, because of the power that was flowing through him.
But why though? Like, do you think these people see like when you say people like Elon Musk, like Steve Jobs, like I'm not getting an overwhelming like good sensation from them. Like I feel like
So
these are
they had
people
many
of,
cities.
these
Jen,
are
they had many
people of
cities, right?
greed and people of
They're
elite.
not.
You
They're
know,
not. They're not real, man. Like
Hey, let me jump in real quick. Hey, before you say that, I just want to hit what Jen just said, right? You said, I mean, but do you really know these people? Like we could say, like, do we project bad things on people when we see them be successful? And does that go back to the issue about status? Do we see when people seem to be successful, they seem to be rich, they seem to be being able to wield a lot of sway in the world? Do we project negative things on them
we
because
used to
of their
do.
perceived station, or what is it? Thank you.
Maybe we do, and maybe there is an element of what of that in what I'm saying. Like I'll keep it real, but when I see one person has the salary to free maybe half the eastern seaboard of hunger, and they don't extend, you know what I'm saying? Like, not to say they, like, we should dictate what they do with their riches and with their money. Like, of course, that's not on us. But if you could feed 4 states and live comfortably for, and your next 4 generations will be billionaires, wouldn't you kind of do stuff like that? So I like, it's kind of like what you judge them by their fruits, right? You, their karma
Right.
is their actions
So Jen,
and
those who I've
intentions.
met who are like this, almost always they're meditators. Almost always they are touching some type of consciousness, and you can feel it in their presence. Now that doesn't mean they're entirely good, right? There are a lot of demons who used to go into samadhi, right? Some of them for years at a time, right? And that's how they gain this power, right? But the thing is, they are touching some type of consciousness of some sort, which is why this is manifesting through them.
Oh, Papa, you wanted to talk before you want to add something? I know you've been waiting to talk on Popular.
I was saying that we live in a secular world. So like when you look at the fucking the billionaire elite rich folks, and then when you look at like like basically people need to start identifying themselves. Like like it's crazy because it comes a time where you got to be real careful. Like for me, I'm always real careful with how I label people because I feel like these people are in a higher they're in a higher status than me. So like even at a societal level, like us regular folks, we have status code that we have to fall underneath. And it's kind of like respect. And I feel like at the end of the day, like that's why we have so many things that's going down on the land, like out here on the landfill, like
Sure.
because there's corruption amongst the people, like the citizens in the inner cities. Like there's corruption, and if you think about it, we're at such a low level. Like when we think about like people, like it's funny when you look at the divide. Like you basically can just say the people that's like you could just say the people that's down here and the people that's up there. Like you really don't even have to look at it like rich and poor. Like you can, but it's just a gap. Like it's literally just like a pyramid, like or whatever. Like it's not even a pyramid. It's not even nothing to symbolize really. It's just like you got the people up there, then you got the people down here. And for the people that's down here, we move as what we call a society. Now the people up top, they don't move as anything. And if they do move, that's why
Hey,
we
can I
call
stop you? I gotta stop you. Let me stop you. Why? Because you make that's exactly the point I was trying to tell Jed. Like you're saying the people up there, but how do you know that they're up there? Like, like you're saying they're up there, right? Like, but what is up there? Have you been up there? Like, do you know up there really exists?
that's
What
what
is
I'm
your?
saying, Paylu. That's Paylu. That's my point. That's my point. See, down here we know what it is because we're citizens. These people have money. These people have the money that they have. They are not labeled as citizens anymore. They don't have. They're not just pulling up to the gas station. They're not just going to the grocery store. You know this. Like these people have all this damn money. It's almost like they exist as certain entities. That's why I was saying in this
But, the,
secular world,
but
like
unpopular. It's not coming from their money. It's coming from their presence. And if you spend time with them, you will sense the same divine that's in you and all around you is in them.
I'm not gonna lie.
But they're channeled
I'm
to a
not gonna lie.
different.
And
Yeah.
you just said if I was to spend time with them, I'm not gonna lie. Like,
Unpopular. You can. I'll just tell you this, and it's within your
no, I
potential. It's
can't.
much easier
No,
to
I
say.
can't. I can't
100% you're
can't
not
talk to
right.
them. I can't
That's
talk to them.
not right. That's not correct.
Why?
I've
Okay,
been
okay,
telling you.
wait, Anna. Okay, why do you believe? See that? And I thank you, Anna, for saying because that's what I was trying to get to. Like, what makes you really different, except for bank accounts and stuff? Like, what makes you really different? Like you saying them there, you can't talk to them. Why can't you talk? You speak the same language, right? You're in here speaking English, right? You speaking English, right? A lot of them speak English, right? So you can sit there and talk to them in the same language. So as long as y'all can talk in the same language, Why you think their situation is so unintelligible to you, and why you think your situation is so unintelligible to them?
Papa, I want to add another thing to what Mr. Blue is saying. When Steve Jobs died at his funeral, I don't remember how many people showed up. It was 2,000 or I'm not sure the exact number. Everyone got a free iPad. And on the iPad, there was only one book. And I think all of you know what book that is. Coach Love, do you know what book that was?
I don't. I don't.
Autobiography of a Yogi by Swami Yogananda. Now, what he was sending a message, obviously unpopular. But I will tell you this: if you really want to meet them, the thing that will interest them is something with some kind of a spiritual theme. Most of them, because look, they've touched something. They've touched the silence within the notes. They've touched the pattern within the pattern within the pattern. Maybe only briefly, but Steve Jobs has talked about it. I can even show you where he's talked about the gaps when reality falls away. And he said it happened to him several times while working on products. Suddenly, everything would fall away, right? And he says life is about pursuing the gaps. I can send you quotes on this. The gaps. The gaps are called meditation. They're called samadhi.
The gaps are also the gaps are also open pockets of space that are being basically occupied by a lot of negative energy. A lot of people don't want to sit up there and talk about that. Like, just think about the way that we look. Just think about the way we have conversations, right? Somebody will say something to inform you. Most conversation, especially the ones that we have, people have conversation to be informal. But when you think about the pockets and the gaps of the things that's not being said, so we can actually, I guess, connect the information, that that space that space is occupied by a lot of negative energy that basically draws in it basically draws in what's connecting us at the end of the day.
Yeah,
Because and
unpopular. What you're talking about, there's something to it. And all the great ones that I know of spoke about it, from Buddha on down. Um, so the thing is, Buddha described 31 heavens, right? Or 31, one way to look at it is 31 levels of awareness, right? And some of these intermediate awarenesses, they may seem marvelous to us because from our point of view, they're extraordinary. They might seem like the ultimate, but they're not. There's something beyond them. I think that's why Buddha described 31 of them. And he said there's something beyond all of this that is not something and that is not nothing, right? That is no thing that can be described, which he called nirvana, right? But the reason Buddha did that is all these people, they meditate, all the people around him, and they had these mystical experiences. Some of them had mystical experiences 24 hours a day, but they were stuck in an intermediate state. And in the intermediate states, there are these things that can happen which, unpopular, you might regard as demonic.
right. And that's the type of time I'm on. Now, I'm not saying, like, when it comes to like the meditators and stuff, I don't know if anybody here meditates, because I feel like meditation, the way that I've read about it and whatnot, meditation is really a sacred matter. Like, it's almost like one of those things where I don't feel like none of, like, you can't, man, you can't be bull crapping when it comes to things like that, because meditation is actually very, people think like it, people say that it's easy to do, but I would say that it's very hard to do, because you really have to center yourself and sit there and really just, you
No,
know
you don't. That's when you have wrong. You have to learn what meditation is and the practice of it. And this is a lot of misconceptions that people have about it. Is that you have some kind of expectation from it, like, oh, I have to ground myself, or I'm supposed to center myself, or oh, I'm supposed to not think of anything, or I'm supposed to do this or supposed to do that. And when looking at it with any kind of, like, rules or something is wrong. And it could be a moment of mindfulness. Walking, my foot is raising from the ground, my foot is touching the ground, my heel touches slightly before the ball, heel step, raise, heel, step, raise. Where am I? And literally, I just did like 2 seconds of mindfulness. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it just depends on like what kind of meditation you're doing. You could, there's a practice, like there, he taught walking meditation. So it's not just sitting there doing nothing. You can meditate while you're doing, like Thich Nhat says, you can meditate while you're washing your dishes. You could wash your dishes mindfully. Um, so there's a lot of misconceptions about what it is and what the functions are and what the expectation and results are.
If I may say something,
Of course.
thank you. I wanted to bring it back around to some tangible outcomes and things that we experience in everyday life. One of the reasons why we've been having trouble raising the minimum wage is because there is a belief that people who work at menial jobs don't deserve $15 an hour. So there's this idea that people doing something that don't add value in the eyes of certain decision makers or society don't deserve to live at a particular level. So that's one idea. And then I wanted to just quickly compare the power gained and outcomes by Nelson Mandela versus Boris Johnson. Not to be political, but one of the greatest issues that Boris Johnson is dealing with is this idea that he is not regular people. And I think this is what I'm hearing from Unpopular. When everyone else was under lockdown, people of influence and of power who were elite in the government, they were actually throwing a party. And he's trying to navigate that particular debacle. And the reason why that
He
is
said he didn't know it was a party. He didn't know it was walking into a party.
you know what?
Something like that.
Right. You know what? I don't look. You know what? If it walks like a duck and talks like a duck, it's a duck. You know, he could have put whatever label that was on there.
Oh,
Uh,
it's so funny. And
right.
there's pictures of him too, right? Was he dancing or something? He was
Exactly.
dancing.
He was doing something that closely resembled a party, but he doesn't know what it is. Right. So, but he's having trouble because he could not follow the standards of society because he didn't think that apparently they applied to him. However that it goes, right? Versus, and I would say his type of power is the kind of power I would associate it. I would associate it. I'm sorry, I would associate with the 48 laws of power versus. And nobody's perfect. Nobody's all on one scale or the other. But I would associate Nelson Mandela's type of power is a power that came from within, more like what you find in the art of power. The reason why I say that is because I love this story about him. Nelson Mandela had such a internal resolve about himself that even when he was captured, the people who were supposed to guard him found themselves kneeling at his word and being influenced by him. And and so it's just very different. I think. Go ahead.
No, 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 no.
I'm not British, so I'd rather a British person be here. But his acronym is BOJO, and people see him as a bozo, essentially bozo bojo. And what that means is people think he's cognitively touched, and he's not fully aware of his surroundings. I don't know how someone like him becomes the prime minister of a country. He just somehow ended up there.
I think
The
someone needs
stars
to
aligned.
cognitively touch up his hair because his hair is wrong. So next thing.
Yeah, but what
Well,
I'm saying, I
but
don't think. Yeah,
the point is he is the leader of their country. That is the point. Whether it's accidental, or not. And as a matter of fact, I heard you say earlier you were, Steve Jobs, and I think you said some other people who were in great power. You said they were going to be in power regardless. And what I'm saying is, here we have this person who has great authority and great power, influence, but he seems to be very, I'm going to say, Machiavellianish.
I mean, let me go back to the. But see, I think everything happens for a reason because now after that party, he's lifting restrictions now in Britain. Now after that party, I think it actually worked out. See, what I'm trying to say is that um, like I said, like people were saying before, like things were inevitable. But I think like certain people are meant to be in certain places at certain times. Like you might think Boris Johnson is this and that third, but we really don't know all the stuff with them. And you understand? I'm gonna tell you what I tell people, even in my country, even you want to talk to you want to talk to Africans, especially from Sierra Leone, right? They always complain about corruption in Sierra Leone and all this other stuff. But are the people better than the leaders? Because I always say this. I always say this. The people supposedly that we call in power, to me, they're more corruption managers than anything else. They're just managing all the corruption that is in society. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, they're corrupt, but it's the only reason they're corrupt because they're it's like the society's corrupt, and then we have corruption managers who manage the corruption so it doesn't get out of hand. That's basically all it is to me. So I'm just get back to the thing. We look at these people as if they're doing this, that, and the third, but really he's just making calculations. They probably don't even believe in all the lockdowns to begin with, but they're telling everybody else because for a lot of practical reasons, because they might have easier access to healthcare. They might have this, that, and the third, and they might know the situation might not be that bad, but all the media's around it. See, they're tacticians. We have to understand that all these people that we say in power are nothing but tacticians, and they're playing a tactical game to get their resources. This is their profession. So
Are we still live?
and getting you, yeah, we're still here, and their skill is getting is getting where they at. So I think we got to stop looking at them as them people. We got to look at them as just people like us who've taken a particular who've taken a particular profession, and then we could demystify them, because I think we mystify certain people, and then when we demystify them, we realize the emperor has no clothes. Anyway, thank you.
I don't know that I'm trying to mystify them. I'm just saying the tactic that they use in order to expand their circle of influence, and that it is not the same. I think they're certainly more than right here. I'm just trying to compare two paths of influence and power, is really my point and my hope to do, versus whether or not they're very different. Some people are just have become more skilled and had more opportunity to use their talents as it relates to power.
Yep.
Hmm. I can see what you're saying, because it's largely to do with the intentions of wielding the power, right? So do you choose to wield it for greed and gain and benefit of beings, or do you choose to not, or
I mean,
to wield it to benefit all beings?
Exactly.
like, let me ask you
I'm
this.
a person who doesn't believe that the ends justifies the means. I do not believe that. However, some people very much subscribe to that.
All right, let me ask you this then. This is also one. Okay, you have a job. I have a job. Everybody here is probably working, right? We make a living, right? Now, there's
Mhm.
some people make their living in politics, right? What really is the difference between them making a living? Like, for example, you might do stuff in your job. You might not think is the. I mean, let me not put words in it, but let me not try to mischaracterize anybody. But you go to work, you go and do a job, right? Not every aspect of your job is like exactly what you want it to be at all times, right? But you do a job. Now, what's the difference between these politicians who are coming doing a job? Is because politics is really
I
a
can
job.
answer that.
They have
I
a
can answer
job,
that.
and okay,
The politician's job has effect on other people around them, and effect over their lives and how they live it. So, and essentially, they have power in the outcomes that could affect society as a whole, right? Where my little job as a floral designer, like I affect the people when they get their flowers, they're happy, oh, this is so beautiful. And like that's
So
about the
Jen,
extent of my
Jen,
power.
I don't agree that's the extent of your power, because our thoughts are incredibly powerful. We influence people all around us without us knowing it. And I'm not convinced those politicians are as powerful as you say they are. They're someone like Boris Johnson. I suspect the reason he got elected is that educated people have been extremely mean to people who are not as educated for a long time, and this arrogance has completely gotten out of control. Not just in the USA, where I've never seen it this bad. I don't think it's ever been this bad, but it's out of control in many parts of the world. And I think that the less educated people in Britain, they elected this guy because he sounds like someone who didn't go to college, right? When you see him, he doesn't look like someone who ever went to college. And it's like, this is why he gets elected.
Mm. I hear what you're saying, and I mean, I'm the influence. I mean, is that like I can't go to work one day and make a decision that will all of a sudden, 50,000 people in my city don't get, I don't know, electrical assistance or heat for the winter based on my decisions as a politician, or you know what I'm saying? So that's what I mean. Like the maybe not influence, but the outcome they have can affect people on a larger scale than
Yeah.
the
But
everyday guy,
Jen,
Hey, hold on for a second. Hold on for
working
a second.
at AutoZone.
Oh, I just want to say, thanks for coming through, Coach Love. I know you guys say you gotta go. Thanks for coming through so much. We'll
Thank
talk
you so
Oh,
talk
thank you
later.
so much. You're welcome anytime. Thank you. I appreciate. And
thank
everybody
you.
goes sub to Coach Erica Love. She got some great discussions over there as well. Let me
I
get
appreciate that very much. Bye bye for now.
yeah,
You
of
guys are
course.
wonderful.
okay,
Oh,
bye.
thank you.
Um,
Bless this.
bye, Coach Love. So I'm just gonna say this. I don't think they have them. Look at someone like Boris Johnson. He's constantly surrounded by people who are telling him things he doesn't understand. I assume he goes to cabinet meetings and has this dazed look. I would imagine so. Just imagine how tough
No,
it
but
is.
how
He
you
doesn't
know he
know who's
doesn't
lying to
understand
him and
that?
telling the
See,
truth.
he went to Eton school. He went to the best schools in Europe. He's from the British elite. He's from the British establishment. He went to
He is.
Eton school. I forgot what
He
he was.
doesn't
Yeah, yeah,
sound that
yeah.
way. He
Yeah,
doesn't
because
sound that way though.
I mean, okay, don't get me wrong. I'm not an expert on what he sounds. 'Cause I don't listen to a lot of his speeches, so I don't know how much he sounds. But he comes from the British establishment. He comes from the establishment elite.
Okay, he does.
Yes, he went to all
But
the
do you think
establishment
he's aware
schools.
of his surroundings? Do you think he knows what's going on around him?
I think absolutely he does. I think absolutely he does. I think he's get characterized as so in the what's name. I think I think he's a political maneuver. He comes from the elite. He knows the elite world, and he found his way to the prime ministership. I mean,
Yeah.
we have to see. I think we mischaracterize these people way too much because we want to make because and don't get me wrong, that's their job because they put themselves out there to be representatives, right? But at the same time, it's like I said, I think we really have to demystify the issue of power. That's why I want to get to this power section because we have to demystify status, demystify power, demystify these things. Because
Sure.
we looking at these people like Boris
So,
Johnson is a regular guy. He went to some good schools. He's well connected, and he got his way to the premiership of Great Britain,
yeah.
right? So
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 what
it,
I
it,
what I would say is that generally leaders elected reflect the values and the character and the consciousness of the people who elect them. So Boris Johnson reflects
yes,
Britain, the English people.
yes,
Um,
and
and,
and
and right now
well
he
well
lives
well
in
a
terminal
core.
rapid decline, and when you see Boris Johnson, it looks like someone who's like that. Britain is almost completely, much more dependent than the U.S. on immigrants for everything. Their education system is horrible in K through 12, right? They need immigrants to do everything for them, and they're in rapid decline, right? I mean, they have a lower standard of living than South Korea. Britain has 2/3 the standard of living of Americans.
Yeah, it's not looking too good for the UK folks right now. I feel bad for them across the pond. They're dealing with some craziness.
Yeah. Boris Johnson, he went to Eton School. He also Oxford man. He's an Oxford graduate. He don't get more establishment in Oxford. That's like saying Harvard in
Yeah,
America. Oxford is
I,
like saying Harvard.
the people around, some of them seem very intelligent and very smart, much more than he is. At least when you look at them, they seem that way.
Who like Pretty Patel?
I would say so, but even more so the his Rishi, who is the guy who really runs the country. It seems like from the outside, he's the guy who's in charge of the economy. He's the chairman of the exchequer, but seems very smart.
Okay, Richie Exchequer. Okay, yeah, I don't really know much government. I mean, I'm Tory, but I don't really know too much about that government right now. I mean, but I just think that we don't understand that these people are just regular people who have a job. I mean, we act like they're a different thing, and they have a job. They have a job, and they're playing a political game. And it's like I said, like what you just last comment. That's why I said before, like a lot of times the politicians just we have a corrupt people and they're just corruption managers, and like you said, they're a reflection of our development. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, people cannot be ruled by no one can. I mean, okay, you can't have a dictatorship, but even dictatorships is about compliance. Like even if you look at the Declaration of Independence, it shows that tells you that people at the end of the day, people decide who to get ruled by one way or another, whether actively or passively, right? So it just shows where we at. You know, if we cannot yoke if we cannot shed the yoke of leadership that we view as incompetent. I'm not saying they really are incompetent, but we viewing them as, oh, this guy, why is he here? He's so incompetent. Do we ever check our own competence? Like if we really have a competence
Hello,
with the establishments and the I'm here. Can you hear me? I can hear you, Annan.
continue.
I mean, no, that's all I was trying to say. I was trying to say mystify these things, and then once we do, we'll understand what we have to do because they're there to give us signals, right? Our leadership or political authority is there to give us signals, and we need to pay attention to these signals to see how we're going to adapt, whether adapt according to the signal or against their signals. It's just signaling, and we got to govern ourselves accordingly more than anything. Thank you.
Okay, good night, Jen, and we should talk again, and we should bring in that Buddhist person. I'll try to reach out to her if that's okay with you.
Yeah, try to reach out to
Yeah,
her.
yeah,
We
that
already
would be
have the.
nice.
Yeah, we just put it on the chat with me, you, and the one you put the chat at. So yeah, we'll definitely please reach out to her.
Okay, we'll do. Bye.
Thank you, Annan, for coming through. Bless her. Well, it's been a good
Yep.
one, y'all. But yeah, I'm excited about this comparative power studies. So I think that'll be good.
Yeah. Yep, that'd be good. That'd be good for us. Yep.
Yeah, good call from Coach Love, man. I appreciate that.
Okay.
Yeah.
You want to wrap it up for tonight?
So, well, yeah, I hear what you're saying about like idolizing, because I think that's a problem as well, like the idolizing of the rich and trying to, like kind of elevating them. But then again, I think, like you try to think like is forming hierarchies like natural to humans? Like do we naturally form hierarchies and then complain about them, or do we like do we form them and wish we didn't, or like is it natural to form them, or like is there always going to be a kind of someone who's evolutionarily better or more
Yeah.
uh, dominant
I
Yeah,
don't know,
I'm
you
gonna
know.
tell you, yeah, because when we do our series, when we this is a good project we're about to do. But I forgot what German philosopher said that there was an iron law of oligarchy. He called it the iron law of oligarchy. And what he meant by that was he said that in any political order, the people with the most political skill are naturally going to rise to the top and form an oligarchy. It doesn't matter what form of government it is. It's always sort of an oligarchy. From a democracy to monarchies, the all of them are in reality oligarchies because there's a group of people that amass the political skill and political capital to run the society, and they always are going to be in charge unless they're toppled by another set of people that have developed better political organization and political skills to topple them. But it's always going to be oligarchy one way or another. And I think it's true. But I just think as society we have to form the best hierarchies to promote the best people. You understand? It's almost like people are never going to be people. I mean, people excel at different rates, and we have to form the best value judgment, or in, if you want to get a more technical word, the word is axiology, meaning the study of values and what people value. We as a society cultivate the best values. I think that will naturally promote the best authority to give us the right signals to govern ourselves to the best of our ability to do so. Thank you.
That makes sense. What you saying, unpopular? What you think? I'm gonna try to probably wrap it up soon because I do have work and I just gotta
I don't
grab the
know.
last laundry up and so.
It's a conversation to have. Like, I hear what Pelu was saying about the oligarchies and stuff like that, and I feel like
Mm-hmm.
it's just a way people have to bring the information together, man. Because when you look at America, like who, like we don't really know who running this. We don't know who running
Mm-hmm.
this place. Like
Mm-hmm.
you look at Biden right now, who's supposed to be the president, but what has he like what has he really done? And like
Yeah.
there's plenty of people out there that can come to you, like them hardcore people that watch the news every day and that's listening to underground media and stuff, underground radio stations. Yeah, those white folks and black folks too that can get out there, and some of you guys too that can get up there and just be like, well, Biden is fucking over this and he's fucking over that and he's fucking over this and he's fucking over that. And you could just, man, we could actually form a list of what he's not doing, but we need that list. We need that list of what he's not doing. We need that list of what he is doing. And we need to have that list always on deck. So if we want to bring it up and talk about it, need to have details about every little thing on that list. So when we have conversations about these people, we need to be able to bring up their accolades and also bring up their mistakes. Because it's been a
Mm.
whole year since Biden's been president, and what the hell could we really say about him without it just being our opinion? We need facts. So it's just like, you know what I'm saying? What I just feel like when we start
Well, I
talking about
guess
power
he
and
he
stuff,
successfully. Well, I don't know about successfully, but well, he executed the prior administration's plan for exit out of Afghanistan. So I don't really know who formed the plan or whatever, but he did execute that plan. Whether it was, the best way to do it or not is a whole another conversation. But
right?
I think that's one thing I can think of that I guess that he's done. They say unemployment as is at an all-time low as well, but I don't know if I don't see
That's what it
that.
said
That doesn't
when Trump was president. That's what they used to say when Trump was president.
exactly. But the thing is that like unemployment is almost a crisis in my state right now because of the COVID.
Who told you unemployment
You
was the
know,
all time low? Who told you that? Like, how can that even be? How is
if
that
you
even
Google,
possible?
if
Just
you
think about
Google it,
yourself. How is
like
that even possible at this
that's what
stage
I'm
with
saying.
Corona?
It
It
doesn't.
can't be. It's no possible
Right,
way.
right. That's why I said it doesn't reflect reality in my reality. You know what I'm saying? Like that doesn't reflect the real situation
in my surroundings, at least. You know what I'm saying? So I
Yeah, I
don't
don't think it
know,
represents
like,
nobody's situation in the world right now. Because after 2 years in Corona, talking about unemployment is an all-time low. That's impossible.
yeah, it does
I'm,
seem absolutely impossible. Unemployment rate. Let me see. USA graph. Yeah, it looked like since February of 2019. It's been that was when it was at an all-time high, and I guess it's back down to before. Let me see if I could share the screen. I
February
could
of
show you.
2019, it was at an all-time high.
Yeah, let me show you I'll show you the graph.
Unemployment? What? Hold on. This
I
can't make
know, I
sense.
don't, I know. Hold on, let
This
me
does not
see.
make sense at all.
Unemployment rate, US graph. Let's see. Oh, I gotta add the other one in the stream. All right. All right. So when I Googled unemployment rate US graph, so the unemployment rate updated December 2021 is 3.9%. So I see this is what I was looking at, right? It like comes up right under the Google statistics from Board of Labor, United States Department of Labor, by data commons. So see, this is where it's look. Oh, July. I'm sorry. So July 2020 on my phone, I couldn't scroll it over. So looks like it was at 14% in July 2020, and now it's all the way back down to this 3.9.
And how many people would have dropped out the labor market, dropped out the job hunt? You got to factor a lot of stuff. I mean, we'll go back to this later. I mean, I don't know if because to really calculate unemployment, you really got to do a lot of research and put a lot of things together to really get the real numbers. Because
Yeah. I don't know. This one is kind of consistent with the one. So yeah, it looks like it spiked April 2020 from May. So like that was that month where everyone was like May, April, and then now it's back down. I don't know. So 3.9. When was Trump president? 2016 to 20.
20 to 2020, 2020. From 20, the whole 20, from 2016, 2017, 2018, 2020. You still there? You still there, Jay?
Oh, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Oh, okay. But yeah, I don't know. This doesn't seem right because it's just like everywhere you talk to, like people are unemployed, like everyone's hiring. You know what I'm saying? Like there's so many jobs open everywhere because it just can't find people to work. I don't know. It just doesn't. I don't see this, but I guess I don't know. Across a couple websites, it kind of is saying the same thing.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I want to get into that because that's a whole talk on itself. I don't know if I'm going to get into that right now. It's a whole talk. That's a whole thing. What it was, what's the real unemployment, what's the not real unemployment, how's the economy going? That's a whole discussion on its in and of itself. That's a that would be such a big switch of gears.
Hmm. Yeah, for
There's
sure.
no way that I feel like there's no way that you could just really gauge unemployment because you have to do like a national census on everybody that doesn't have a job. And
Well,
I mean, you could do that because all you have to, well, that shit would be hard as hell because you would have to, how you gonna do that? How you gonna hit up every payroll company and be like, is this like, you're looking at the individual person. So you would have to, like, how do people keep up? Like, there's like, is there like an eternal revenue? Is there, yeah, you have the IRS, but I don't think they have the IRS, just in every single city and state. So you would have to hit up every town, every city, every state as often as you could, and just make sure when you look at the citizenship of people, you would be asking what I'm trying to see what organization would they get in contact with to figure out who is unemployed, because
well, it
like
would.
who holds
Well, that
those records?
Okay, it'll be like
right. So
anybody
right now
filing for
it's
unemployment.
unemployment. Yeah. So it's a state unemployment department. So that this is how I'd say now more than ever, it's probably easiest to track all these because in a time like COVID, when the states were pushing out unemployment, you know what I'm saying? So they have more numbers of people filing and higher people filing, um, especially during COVID. So I think that probably the numbers are pretty. Uh, I'd say during the pandemic, they probably would have had a better idea of how many people are filing. You know what I'm saying? Especially with all the data collection shit going on.
Right. So now I get it. They would just
Yeah,
they
they
would
don't
probably,
go by the employed; they go by the unemployed.
so they would, like, I guess like they would have to go like through the DMV, kind of, you know go through the DMV, and then through the DMV, they would personally have to look at the logs of how many people have identification, because first of all, if you ain't got identification, that
Oh
you
yeah,
might,
you can't get unemployment anyway.
right, yeah,
You
or
ain't get
you're
no
not
unemployment without a
you don't even
citizenship
yeah,
or
you don't even deserve to be included in the census if you don't have identification. So
mm.
first, because that's how states keep track of you. Like, it's not necessarily your social security or your birth certificate. Those are just things that you need
Well,
for
that's
more
how
of
the
like
federal
medical.
tracks you. The
Yeah,
federal tracks you by your social for
right.
everything, your
But this
credit, everything
yeah,
federal. Yeah,
but the state kind of relies on your identity,
facts.
just to, yeah, so it's just like they would necessarily just I guess they would go through the DMV, and then they would have to find your name and then bring your name up in the system of like, shit, I guess, I don't know, the payroll systems or some shit.
No, no. So what they would literally do is just collect data from unemployment agencies. So like I don't know, in Connecticut we have a Department of Unemployment. You know what I'm saying? So you could collect unemployment benefits if you're out of work or if you qualify, I should say, while you're out of work. Um, but during COVID, people who are getting laid off left and right, because
But
like jobs were shut down and all
this
that.
is what I'm asking you right quick.
Mm.
Is the unemployment rate, does that only equal up to the people that's getting unemployment? What about the people that's not? What if you just out on your ass and you ain't got no job? Like,
Well, that might be a more difficult number to collect. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
that's exactly what I was saying. That's why I'm
Yeah,
saying to get to
yeah.
know the real to real number, we got to do a lot of research. That's why I'm not even trying to talk about it. I mean, y'all can talk about it. What I'm trying to say is that there's no way for I want to say is that there's no way for me to really talk about it because it's like, how do I already know? You know what I'm saying? That's the whole conversation itself, that we got to actually get all the data and exactly what Papa was saying. Cause I was thinking the same thing too. Because yes, is it just the people fighting for unemployment? Like who's really out of work? Who's not in the job market no more? Who's doing this and the third? It's a lot. It's a lot to get through to get the real numbers. It's a lot of research to do it. It's just research. If you want to figure it out right now, we could figure it out. But I can't tell you.
The U.S. Bureau of
Alright,
Labor
so
Statistics.
yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So I just looked up how where was it? How the government measures unemployment, right? So
Okay.
it's why does the government collect statistics? Where do they come from? What are the basic concepts of employment, unemployment? Who is counted as employed and who is counted as unemployed? Do not have a job, have actively looked for work in the prior 4 weeks, and are currently available for work. Actively looking for work may consist of any of the following activities: employer directly or having a job interview, public or private employment agency. Okay, so like right there, they're filtering out people who are on disability because they can't work, people who are on Social Security. You know what I'm
And
saying? So there's
and and,
ways of breaking
and right
down.
and right there, they're also calling you a lazy ass nigga if you ain't out there
Huh?
looking for no job. like like they just said it. Like if you ain't out there looking for a job actively the past 4 weeks, then you're, I guess, unemployed. What unemployed means is, okay, maybe you just got laid off and maybe the time in between you trying to find another job, not you sitting on your ass for 6 months without no damn job. Like your
Yeah,
ass is
yeah.
just down bad. You know what I'm saying? Because, and I'm not even trying to make a joke out of it, but that's what it says right there. So, like, like that's what I'm saying. Like, it, how do they really like gauge that shit? Like the numbers could be not even all the way, the numbers could just be bullshit at this point. Like do the unemployment numbers even matter anymore? Like that shit crazy.
Well, I mean, it would matter in ways of funding, right? So the more people that are unemployed, then they might assign more funding towards certain areas. You know what I'm saying? Like, well, if there's more unemployed people, they're going to need more, I don't know, say welfare money. So then you would take a county with a higher, percentage of unemployment, and that state's fund would allocate more dough to that county, or however it works. You would think that's how it works. They probably do less and give it to the rich folks, but there I'm stigmatizing the rich again. But yeah, I would assume that that's kind of a little bit of the process of how, of why these kind of demographics would matter. You know what I'm saying? Poverty rates and whatnot, like for certain government things, like you got to be under a certain poverty level. It's just, I don't know, so much bullshit.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not that hard to keep up with people. I guess they probably have a board of people or a collective of people where they spread out Americans amongst you know groups of people, or conglomerates of people that, like, what they used to call those people, like social workers. Basically
Mm.
something like a social worker, that, and I mean this is a lot of Americans to deal with, but um I mean everybody doesn't have a personal accountant, somebody that takes care of your account like that. I mean, it could be, but I don't think it's like that. So, well, they would put them all in a system, but that almost goes to show, like the people that build these these computer systems, like, okay, they just keeping it whether you're working or not, how much money you do make, well, an estimate of what you do make.
Oh, it's also through, I'm sorry. So another way they would collect data is every job pays taxes on every employee that they have. So like my job, um, when they take taxes out of my check, they also have to pay a certain amount to have me employed there, right? So that's another way, like state tax, employment tax reporting, which is done quarterly. Like businesses have to file quarterly taxes on employees with the state. So there's all different kinds of way they track you, man. Plus, every job, you sign up with your social security number. That's another way to track uh, active employment and to see if there's taxes associated or being taken out of your paycheck. They can tell just by your social security number if you have federal taxes being taken from you, then they know you're employed. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So there's crazy ways to how they use to track shit, man.
Yeah, because they got the whole Department of Labor, they got Census Bureau, they got a lot of people that they could coordinate the information to get this shit from. Or get it from. Sorry for cursing.
Oh,
Get
it's
it from.
alright. It's alright. Yeah. But yeah, man. All right, guys. I think I'm gonna shut it down, man.
Yeah, I'm ready to wrap it up too.
Yeah.
Yes, dude. All right. Thanks again, Jen.
Yeah, no doubt. Thanks for coming
Family.
on, guys.
We got everybody.
We'll plan up something soon.
Yeah, we got a lot of things that we were supposed to have been playing up, but we took the coof break, the break for the coof. We took the coof break.
Right? Yeah, that COVID break.
But now you're the lady. She's back in full effect. You're back and healthy. So we gotta count our blessings. You're back and you're back to us fully healthy. Everything's fine.
Yep. Definitely. All right, y'all. Well, we'll catch up in the back or something. But everyone have a good night. Big up to everyone that came through. Shout out to Coach Erica Love, and then Johnny John. Did someone else come on the panel? Unpopular, Mr. Palu. Yeah, man. Gang, and everyone in the chat. So we'll catch y'all on the flip. Peace.
Peace.